bet by the 1 seat.
Yeah, it would be king queen. It's like my king high might still be the best hand, so I don't want to fold on this ace jack flop. And then, hey, if I'm wrong and my king high's no good, I can hit a 10. You know, I have 4 outs to make the nuts. So king queen is certainly possible for either player. 10 is possible for either player. You know, I mean, ace, a jack. You know, and the airball here that he just decided he was going to like call pre-flop. John decided to float the flop, and now he's going to, you know, make this bluff. All those things are possible. What's more likely than the other, it's hard to say until you play with the player a bit. Looks like John was saying something there to Kong. So we got live tells in the mix now, too. Whatever he said, it's like, are you trying to get Kong to call? Are you trying to get him to fold? What are you trying to induce out of him when you said that? Kong counting his like entire stack here, which is certainly not something you normally expect someone to do if they're just thinking, you know, am I going to fold or call? You know, now he's implying that I'm trying to make up my mind between like call and raise. And he's shaking his head again like he did before when he kind of made the crying call against Justin. You know, so based on that hand, you'd expect that he's, you know, thinking between fold and call. He's kind of doing that little head shake, like, yeah, you know, like, I don't like this. None of this doesn't make sense, you know. Like, what could you have? It doesn't make sense, you know, for you to have this or for you to have that. Yeah, that certainly looks like, you know, man ready to fold. So is he doing, I mean, if he raises now, then it's, you got to think he was doing all this stuff on purpose. You know, like he was acting, inducing, trying to give off fake tells.
That was 255. 255,000 chip bet.
I'd love to have the hole card camera right now because I would love to know what these guys are holding. I think the range for both of them is still quite wide.
That's good.
So he says, I can't beat anything, and John's like, oh, that's good. So again, unless John's a good actor, that's like, ooh, I was like marginal. Like I was like betting a jack. I was value betting a jack. You know, like, ooh, good, you don't have anything.
1 minute starts now.
So if I heard that correctly, Kong called the clock on himself. You know, which is actually kind of a polite thing to do. You're kind of like, I really can't make up my mind. It doesn't seem fair for me to keep taking time, you know, all this time against the, you know, wasting the time of everyone else. So I'll force the clock. I'll call the clock on myself, and that way I can limit myself to a minute. But huge hand in the sense, you know, not that it was a massive pot. I mean, it was significant, but not massive. But a huge pot because I am sure now that John Hawley has become our chip leader. Kong is now in second place for the first time at this final table. And he's got John on his immediate left. And John has been showing he is willing to mix it up. He is willing to play lots of hands. You know, John isn't sticking to the like just raise or fold, you know, philosophy that so many players play by. Like compare him here to Justin. You know, you do not see Justin really making any calls here at this final table. Justin has been folding or raising.
Yeah, I shouldn't affect any kind of play. The 7 seat just wants his cards pitched over to the left. That's fine as long as you show the camera. I don't have a problem with that. There's not a player there.
Yeah, he's been passing.
All right, we have a fold. I'll tell you in a minute. Seats from fold from 4, 5, and 6. Now we're on the 7 seat of Keith. Keith folds. John or Kong now in the 9.
Kong open raising the button.
To raise
105,000
by the 9 seat. 105 of John.
John quickly folds.
Ready by the 1 seat.
And we got Thomas Georgie here in the big blind. And again, he's been like the tightest player. He's been playing the fewest hands maybe. Well, maybe Luis here has also been playing fewer hands.
Over to Thomas in the 3.
You know, so that's the blind to pick on. Pick on the blind of the guy who's playing tight. And I expect Kong to raise the next hand if it folds to him, because he'll have like the 2 tightest players in the small blind and the big blind. If it folds to Kong and he doesn't raise the next hand, well, John should. Probably almost irregardless of the cards that are dealt to them. But this is a good spot for anyone to raise. This is a great spot for Keith. If Justin and James fold, Keith should raise because everyone's going to give him credit for a real starting hand, a legitimate starting hand.
That's a fold from the 5 seat. Justin folds. James
Come on,
folds
Keith.
from the 6.
Do me right. Raise here, no, even if you have a bad hand, raise.
That's a
No.
fold from Keith. A fold from the 9 seat.
All in.
Kong. We have an all-in raise from seat number 1, John.
Well, that's a little too much. I mean, if it was just Luis in the big blind, you know, with his stack size, you'd want to raise him all in. But the problem is Thomas Georgie there in the 3 seat. I mean, he has you know, 800,000-900,000 chips, so that's too much for an all-in shove from the button, I think.
John for Luis. Ace of hearts, 10 of clubs.
Well,
So
ace
the
10 versus ace 10, we're
versus
obviously
ace
pretty
10.
likely to have a chop.
Come on, Spades!
And at risk in the hand is the 4 seat of Luis. Let's go ahead and see the flop.
Spades and hearts versus hearts and clubs, so it's hearts only spades.
Does she have them backwards?
2 diamonds, so game over.
It is the 4 of diamonds.
It's going to be a chop no matter what else is dealt now. No one can make a flush. They can both make a straight, but so what? They're still going to chop
Let's
it.
go ahead and see the turn card.
The drama of the turn. Will they pick up a straight draw? They do. Open-end straight draw for both of them.
I still have to take my time on this.
Let's go ahead and see the river card.
Yeah. Sweating it
River
out.
card's the king of
Oh,
hearts.
they both brick.
We chop it up.
So 4, 7, 8, 9 king. You know, there's a good chance that it was good news for those two guys because there's a good chance that most of the other players at the table, if they had played whatever weak starting hand they had, they would have hit something and made a pair and won.
Since he's got the ace of hearts, he gets more.
But, I mean, good raise, obviously, from John. He's got ace-10 on the button. He's a chip leader, and he's got a medium stack and a short stack behind him. He's supposed to raise, like I said before, with really any 2 cards. Another problem with that all-in, though, is that would he, you know, given Thomas Georgie's stack size behind him, who's got like 16 blinds or 18 blinds or something, would John have ever shoved there with, you know, his bluffs? You know, if he's going to bluff there with, you know, instead of ace-10, if he's going to have 10-8, and he's going to bluff with that on the button, is he going to still make that same all-in raise, be risking 16, 18 blinds against Thomas, you know, with those mediocre hands? Because if he's only going to make that shove when he has a pretty good hand,
Fold by the 9 seat of Kong. A raise
you know,
to
then
110.
he, you know, shouldn't be doing it at all. Because, again, it kind of gives away the information. So now he comes in for a normal-sized
It's a fold
raise.
by Thomas in the 3.
Past Thomas. Here's Luis, who
He's gonna
won
fold to Justin.
important chips, just getting half the antes and half the big and half the small blind last hand. And Justin
call
is
has
going to
been made
defend.
by the 5 seat of Justin.
So this is one of the few spots we're probably going to ever see Justin make a call. You know, you got the mini raise and he's in the big blind. You know, let's defend, see a flop, maybe hit something big and double up or something.
Queen of clubs, jack of clubs, 5 of spades.
Queen, jack,
Check by the
5,
5 seat.
and I expect
140.
him to check
140
every
to bet.
time. John is correct
By
to bet
John
every
in the
time.
140.
Now's where we really get to the question on the flop. You know, is Justin going to fold, call, or raise? You expect Justin to check. You expect John to bet. So how's Justin going to respond? And it's with a call.
Call's been made by the 5 seat of Justin.
Well, this could be a float, like we talked about before. This could be a draw, like King 10 or 9-10 or
It was
something.
a check, bet, call.
And it could be that he's just deciding to take his time with a good
King of
hand.
spades.
In other words, he could have flopped 2 pair, like queens and jacks, and he's trapping with it. So almost anything's possible.
Both players check. River card.
I like the way they're both playing this hand, no
King of
matter what they
clubs.
have. King of clubs, that's definitely could. That opens up room for someone who has nothing right now to bluff.
Both players check.
Both players check, so Justin has
Justin flips
something.
over.
No, yeah.
A queen of hearts,
Queen.
7 of hearts for 2 pair, kings and queens. He'll
Yeah,
be again.
he was acting like he had nothing there, like waving the cards back and forth. But he flopped top pair, but, you know, with a bad kicker, he knows that if he starts getting aggressive, if he like check raises, he's basically turning the hand into a bluff. He's not going to get anything better than pair of queens with a 7 kicker to fold. He's only going to get called by some of the hands that he's beating. Like he might get called if John just had a jack, something like that. The main reason for him to check raise would be to actually deny a free card to someone on a draw. He would hate to see John with ace-10 who hit the king on the turn to make a gut shot straight draw. So that would be the main reason for him to check raise, actually, is to make his opponent pay to draw out on him. But, or if he thinks that John's going to get aggressive and get it all in on a bluff, then give him a chance to get it all in on a bluff.
It's a raise to 110,000 by Keith.
We got the mini raise by Keith, so I like that. I like the fact that he's mini raising instead of doing something else. But Kong is saying, like, here's my favorite whipping boy. I don't want to fold.
Kong makes the call, a fold by seats 1 and 3.
And that's, Kong has got fewer chips than he started the day with now after that bad beat to John Holly. But most of the chips he's accumulated have come out of Keith's stack. Keith Romanovitz. Most of the chips he's lost have gone to Kong. You see Justin's asking for a count of Keith. Wants to know how many chips he started the hand with. Good spot for him to do a squeeze play. And certainly if he has a really big hand, it looks like a squeeze play. He might get excessive action from someone else. Notice how still Justin's sitting. He had to move. He had to open his mouth and ask how many chips. But now he's sitting still. He's not sitting there playing with chips and doing stuff. So he cannot accidentally give away any tells by doing that. It's like the reliable tells derive from your subconscious. Your subconscious knows that you are bluffing or that you have a strong hand or whatever it may be. So if you allow yourself to move there, if you allow yourself to move, play with your chips, chew your gum, do any of these movements at all, your subconscious can now impact those movements. And so you will chew your gum faster or slower. You will shuffle your chips faster or slower. You will do things that are potentially giving away the strength of your hand to an observant opponent. So I'm a big fan of what Keith is doing right now. Get a comfortable pose, sit there, and don't move. But now I'm going to check, or I'm going to put chips in the pot. Now I'm going to move just enough to get that job done, and that's it. And if I'm him, as soon as I put together this bet and make it, I'm going to go back to my comfortable position and freeze and not move anymore. Someone with nicely manicured nails is getting a hand massage from the LMT on the shirt there, licensed massage therapist.
200,000.
200,000 bet. That's a good bet size. If I had one opponent, I would just want to bet a little more than I did pre-flop. Like I bet 110 pre-flop, I'd bet 120. But I got called by 2 people. So, I got to make my bet a little bit bigger to give them a better chance, a reasonable chance of folding. So I like that bet size from Keith.
5 minutes to go on the level.
So that was very well done. Alrighty, so now we're going to have Keith in the big blind. Kong will be first. With Keith in the big blind, you expect Kong to be a lot more likely to raise.
Yeah, it's a raise to 105,000 by Kong to 1 now.
Oh, here's John coming along again.
It's a call by John.
It's almost like John seems to be trying to pick on Kong, and Kong is trying to pick on Keith.
It's an all-in.
Well, now at this point, Luis definitely should have a really good hand because he's got a raise and a call. He just cannot ever expect everyone to fold. So if I'm Luis, I know I'm getting called by somebody, or I expect to get called every time.
Over to Kong.
So the
He's asking
question
for a count.
is, you know, the only reason to maybe have something marginal here is that I know that, like, Kong will often re-raise and force John out. And if he doesn't, if Kong had just called here,
Raise has been announced
well,
by
then he
Lance
might call,
Kong.
and now John might re-raise with something not that great, hoping that he can get rid of Kong. In other words, everyone's hoping to, like, oh, I can get a third guy out and get 2-1 on my money, only beating one opponent. Oh, and that's like a huge tell that I have a hand. Rubbing your hand, when you rub your palms together like that, I mean, that's just like tell city. You know, so just based on that physical tell, I expect Kong to really have something good. So he's re-raised enough. You know, he's telling John, you know, you should get out. But I think Kong actually, I mean, like, if John does some, like, really out-of-the-box play, like, let's say he just had to have a marginal hand, like he has Jack 10, he was calling to try to hit a flop against Kong. And now he decides, oh, Kong is re-raising just to get rid of me, so now I'm going to shove all in to get rid of Kong, and I can win the side pot and get 2-1 on the main pot. So if he gets a creative like that, tries to do something, I think Kong's going to call him. Yep, he is going to fold. He doesn't look happy about it. He probably has a good drawing hand, like you know, he does probably have something like a Jack 10
He's
suited.
going to fold and show 2 10s. He's gonna
Oh,
fold
pair of
2
10s, wow. I don't like the call pre-flop. I like raising pre-flop.
Luis, he shows pocket aces. He's at risk in this hand. He shows the ace of spades, ace of hearts. And that's going up against pocket 7s. 2 red 7s for the 9.
So that's why Kong needed to get aggressive. You know, imagine Luis had ace-king instead. You know, now it would be huge that Kong got the 10s out, because now he's a small favorite against ace-king instead of a 4-1 underdog against John. You know, so it's hugely important for Kong to re-raise there. The only reason for him to call is if he's decided he's just going to try to flop a set and then win a big side pot against John. But it's hard for him to flop a set of 7s, you know, and John to also hit something strong enough to pay him off. You know, so that's a real long shot, to stick around, flop a set, you know, and then win the side pot, you know, when the side pot doesn't exist yet.
Turn card is the king of spades.
Well, it looks like Kong is just going to end up having saved John some chips here. So a 7, or Luis is going to, like, oh, you know, more than double up.
And that river card is not a 7, but it's close. 6 of diamonds. So the double up complete for Luis.
Well, I'm glad I was right about Luis. Like I said, he should have only gone all in there with what he thought was the best hand, because he knows he's not going to get everyone to fold. The really, really sick part here, though, would have been if, you know, if Luis had like pocket 8s or pocket 9s. So now he shoves all in, and then Kong re-raises to get rid of the 10s. And so instead of him being a 4-1 underdog against John's pocket 10s, he's a 4-1 favorite against Kong's pocket 7s. I mean, that's where it would have been really sick. And that's when, if you're Luis, you're like, wow, you know, with the poker gods were smiling on me for this hand. I got paid off by John, but Kong bluffed him out and made me the favorite instead of the underdog to win this pot, you know, triple up and stay in the tournament.
Okay.
So John took the smallest hit. Kong took the biggest hit.
5-minute bathroom break. Don't go too far, because we will start
break after this hand, and we'll try to get you some new chip counts.
John folds over to the 3.
John's ready to run to that bathroom break early.
Thomas folds over to the recently doubled up 4 seat.
Fold.
To Justin now. That's a fold.
Yeah, I think you can see the look on Justin's face. He knew this was a really good spot to kind of raise, and must have had a pretty bad hand.
We'll start with Keith.
And Keith looks like he's giving a walk. No, he is at least calling. Is he calling or raising? Now, if he calls, that's fine. There's lots of hands where I would say it's perfectly fine to call with here. You're out of position, but it's a cheap call. You're getting, you know, like 4 or 5 to 1 on the call. So even hands where you're going to fold every time to a re-raise or something like that, or to a raise.
To 110,000.
But that's probably better.
1-0.
Raising better than calling.
And the call.
Everything else being the same.
By the 9 seed of Kong. 2 players.
And I don't expect Kong to fold anything there. I think the only question for Kong when he looked at his cards is, am I going to call or am I going to 3-bet?
Flop is 2 red jacks and a 5 of hearts.
Jack,
2
Jack,
red jacks
5.
and a 5 of hearts. Action will start with Keith.
Now, there's obviously a potential flush draw, but, I mean, you've seen this flop heads up. Very unlikely either player has 2 hearts in his hand. And also with 2 of the jacks on the board, you know, it's not very likely someone has a jack. So this is, you know, you could say a very dry flop in a sense because it's just very unlikely that either player hit this flop.
155 is the bet.
Whoever had the best hand pre-flop almost always still has the best hand.
155 is the wager.
And there's Kong finally looking at the board. You know, he's looking at Keith the whole time. He's hoping to spot something. All right, and we get a call.
And a call has been made.
And again, this could be anything. This could be slow playing a jack. This could be calling with something marginal that he thinks is the best hand, like a 5 or an ace high. Or it could be a float by Kong. Because he knows that Keith probably didn't hit this flop. And boy, that turn. I mean, what are the chances anyone hit the turn? So this could be a spot where Kong is ready to bluff here every time Keith checks. Because he feels like this is Keith waving the white flag. And so now Kong is almost certainly going to bet here. If he checks, I'd almost have to give him credit for at least a jack. That he's decided to trap with 3 jacks or better. So otherwise, I expect him to bet like 250, 260, something like that.
Both players check. Let's go ahead and see the river card.
Well, either Kong's slow playing the nuts or he's small balling a marginal hand.
5 of clubs.
Which, I mean, he could have had a 5, which,
with Keith.
You know, so he just made a full house, but you're still not that, you know, I mean, you know that you probably had the best hand anyways, unless Keith had a jack.
5-5-0 is the bet.
Oh, wow.
By Keith. We go 550 is the bet.
Well, this should either be a jack or just a, like, massive bluff. I mean, Kong thinking. I mean, you know, what is he thinking with, you know? I mean, he could easily have a 5. He just made 5s full. He beats all of his bluffs. You know, if this was like a silly, like, you know, wait, why did you play pocket aces like this, you know, which is unlikely but possible. You know, he beats all that stuff. You know, it's like, he certainly, I mean, he has to have at least ace high. Because I don't think he's considering the possibility of, like, raising as a bluff. That looks like a 5. He's calling with a 5.
We flip him over. I see king of diamonds, 5 of spades for the 9 seed. For
and good call. Keith says good call.
5s full of that will be the winning.
You know what? I don't mind him bluffing the river, but he didn't need to bet that much. He did not need to bet 550,000. You know, Keith could have bet 250,000, and that would have probably gotten Kong to fold just as many hands.
That's the end of the level. 335.
So he could have saved 200,000-300,000 there easily, I think. You know, and still had an effective bluff attempt on the river. But now he's going to come back to a very short stack, but he has a few minutes to get his thoughts together, and hopefully he will be able to not get unlucky and make a big recovery. We'll be back in a few minutes here, HBT Live from Daytona Beach Kennel Club. from Daytona Beach Kennel Club on Poker Room.
Hold on.
Wonderful poker room here on the Atlantic coast, kind of due east of Orlando. About 50 poker tables, tournaments every day. A wonderful place for you to come play if you get a chance. And if you're in Orlando on vacation, which if you're in the other parts of the country, not from Florida, that's obviously the most likely place you're going to come for your vacations, then this is your closest poker room. So drive like an hour or so east and
now we're over to the 5.
come on over to the Kennel Club and enjoy some cash games and tournaments. And we're here, of course, for our Heartland Poker Tour, hptpoker.com final table. Filming for TV, but you're watching the raw video footage and you're getting my commentary. When you watch it on TV, you're going to hear from Fred Bevel and Maria Ho. They're going to be your color commentator and analysts. So we are up to 30 and 60,000 for the blinds.
By the 7th seat.
3 raise all in by Keith.
Tong in the 9.
Justin is raised. Keith goes all in. And you got to wonder, it's like, you know, is Keith re-raising all in because he really has a good hand? Which is what you would have expected earlier in the day. Or is he a little bit tilted here? You know, he bluffed off or mistakenly value bet off a bunch of chips on that last hand before we went on break. You know, so is he tilted and this is something marginal?
4-6-5, ladies and gentlemen.
4-6-5 total.
Action back to the 5 seat.
I think Justin's going to call whether he has a real hand or not. Where do you make it? Like 125, 140,000, something like that. You know, it's like 300 more. He's getting like almost 2-to-1 on the call. So my kind of rule of thumb is I'm getting 2-to-1 or more on an all-in call. I pretty much always make it. You know, if this was like 2-bet, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet all-in, now I can think my opponent, you know, has to have like a huge hand, aces, kings, and I could be way, way behind. But, you know, raise, 3-bet all in, you know, he doesn't have to have anything massive.
He says call,
you know, so
we flip the cards over. We'll tell you what's going on here. We'll start with the 5 seat.
Justin not happy.
Oh, Justin. He shows Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Spades. He is behind in the hand as his opponent has pocket jacks. His opponent, Keith, has Jack of Clubs.
See, that's the funny thing. I mean, he's not in good shape at all, obviously. You know, his jacks are no good. He has to basically hit a queen to win. But he's like a 70-30 underdog, and he's getting almost 2-to-1 on the call. So if he had seen the jacks, he clearly would have folded. But it wouldn't have been a bad call. It only would have been a mistake by a marginal amount. I mean, so it would have been a mistake, but it wouldn't have been a horrible mistake. Now he needs a king or a queen in order to suck out, or Keith is going to double up.
Lead for the 7th seat of Keith. Let's go ahead and see the turn card. Turn card is the King of Diamonds, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, and we are definitely, Keith is not going to win this pot. However, if a queen comes on the river, he is going to split the pot. So he has 3 outs for half, or Keith is going to be unlucky on this hand and get eliminated in 7th place.
With the remaining 3 queens, let's go ahead and see the river card. River card is not the queen. It's the
no, so unlucky. I mean, he was 70-30 favorite when he got his chips in the middle here. But Justin, you know, caught that 30% and knocks him out. Congratulations, though, Keith Romanovitz. He's going to go home with approximately $16,250.
Final table. And Greg Raymer, that's an interesting hand there. Just when Keith thought he had to double up, the turn brings the king and the Broadway straight for Justin.
Yeah, it just shows you that's the vagaries of poker. You know, life in general is very, very random. There are just lots and lots of just completely random things that happen to all of us every day. Many of them completely out of our control or even out of our influence. You know, you could get into a horrific accident driving down the road, and, you know, if you had, you know, left your house 10 seconds earlier, 10 seconds later, you wouldn't have been in that spot to be part of that accident. So it's not like leaving your house 10 seconds earlier, you know, was a mistake. You know, you left when you did. It was no big, you know, an irrelevant distinction, but it ended up making this huge difference in your life. People kind of ignore a lot of that stuff. They don't think about it.
Winner of that hand is Kong.
You know, and poker, it's just those things are more obvious. They're more in your face, and they're happening more frequently in a way that you can see. So Keith plays the hand perfectly, gets it all in as a 70-30 favorite, and it goes against him. And he's supposed to lose 30% of the time. The really unlucky part is not that he lost. The unlucky part is that he lost this time, you know, at the HPT final table, when winning might have meant that instead of going out 7th for 16,000, maybe he comes back and he wins 104,000. You know, so the equity of that loss was huge. Whereas he loses a hand like that, let's say in a $1, $2 no limit cash game or something like that, maybe it costs him $100 or $200. You know, here it could have cost him tens of thousands of dollars. So really, that's almost like the lucky and unlucky part of the whole thing, is the fact that that 30% happened now instead of at some time when it didn't mean as much.
It's a call by John. Thomas folds.
Right, so Kong is raised again. John has called again in position. We're seeing a lot of this.
So with that,
Could be the coincidence of just the cards they're being dealt. You know, but sitting here like on the rail watching, you start to wonder, is John targeting Kong? Has he decided Kong is the guy to go after, that he's going to be a lot more likely to play against Kong?
Flop, please.
We're talking a pot of like 900,000 and change here.
And the flop is the ace.
Well,
of
that's an
diamonds,
action
queen
flop.
of
I mean,
hearts, queen of
you can
spades,
easily imagine
and
that
start
hitting either player.
with the 9 seat, and both
So
players
anyone
now
here
check.
could represent a
That
top
ace,
pair, a
10,
two pair,
queen,
a
four.
straight,
Both players
a three of a
check.
kind,
Turn
all
card,
those
check.
things completely possible.
Turn card is the king
Both
of
players
spades.
check.
We have a check from the 9
Now,
seat to
here,
Kong over to James now. on the
Kong
6.
checks. This is such a great bluff card. Like, this is a spot where if you do not have a jack, and you also do not have much of a hand, like I would
That
not
is
want
a
James to be
bet.
betting like ace king right now. Because what is he going to do if he gets check
250
raised?
by James.
I mean,
250
if Kong has a
is the
jack,
wager.
then his
Or
ace
Kong.
king has 4 outs once on the river. So it's not like he's going to want to call an all-in check raise or something like that. So this is where his range should be. He has a jack for the nuts. He has total airball bluff. Maybe he has something really huge like 3 of a kind. And he is actually betting for value, hoping to get called by 2 pair. But, I mean, it's a small amount, but that's good because you don't need
And
to
that
bet
is a
big here.
call.
I mean, even though there's 900,000 in the
Right,
pot,
Tom.
and normally I would be saying bet 500,000, bet 600,000, this is such a crazy board that, I mean, if your opponent will fold for 600, he's probably going to fold for 250. So why not just bet the
River
250?
card is the deuce of clubs.
And
Kong
the
checks.
absolute blank on the
Over to
river.
James.
Kong quickly checks. So Kong is basically saying, I have a calling hand. I don't really expect Kong to fold here unless he had like a flush draw. Like he might have had top pair and 2 spades, or 2 pair and 2 spades. You know, but he's saying I'm not going to fold. Basically, he called the 250 and then he immediately checked this river. If I'm James and I bet and get a fold, hard to put Kong on anything but other than like a flush draw that he would have folded. So I'm only going to bet here for value, really, because I just don't expect my opponent to fold. So I'm either going to have like 2 pair or better that I think is best, you know, or certainly I'm betting a jack. So it looks like 1, 2, 3. Is that 400? Yep, 400,000. So kind of, you know, again, a smaller bet.
400,000.
Kind of just as small as his
Who's
turn
the bet by
bet.
James?
So
400.
everything about this bet smells like a jack. Like I only bet 250 because I want you to call. I'm betting 400 here because I want you to call. Again, like if you're going to bluff this river, you know, then your value bet and your bluff should be the same size, so your opponent can't distinguish the 2 of them. So I mean, I expect him to have, you know, a bluff or a jack here just as often given this bet size. And you can see Kong taking his time. So unless this is an acting move and Kong has a jack and he's going to go through all of this and then put out a raise, you know, he's put Kong in this tough spot. So I like these bets from James, whether he has the jack or not. Because, I mean, like I said, by being aggressive, look what he's done to his opponent. He's put his opponent in this just really hard spot. And if Kong has 3 aces here, it's like 3 aces is probably good just as often as, you know, a pair of 9s. I mean, James, the only reason the pair of 9s is worse than 3 aces is because James could be bluffing with something like, you know, 10-9. And that, turning over quickly, he must have a jack.
Call has been made, and James flips over jack of clubs, 10 of clubs for
And he did,
straight.
and so that's the, now you'll know. I mean,
The Broadway straight, the winner
his
of the
bet
hand
sizing was
lead.
good because it was small enough to get
James
called.
wins it. You
But the
see
point
number
is that
6 with
if
his
Kong
straight.
hadn't had, and Kong certainly had something good here. Kong had more than like ace 5 or something. He did
Yeah,
not just have
he's down
top
the
pair
low.
and that was it. He probably had 2 pair or better, maybe even 3 of a kind. And so, you know, if you were ever going to get him to bluff, you could get him to fold with those size bets just as effectively as big bets. So if we're going to question anything about James's bet sizing, we're going to have to say, could he have bet more and gotten paid off?
One more time, I'd like to thank Dom Miro, the poker room guy here. He brought us in. Give Dom a round of applause. Yeah.
Hey, I'll clap in here as well for Dom. Great guy. Runs a good
Business
room.
Dealings. Dom's become one of our best friends. We knew him from Chicago, and we see him here now. And Dom, great day. And a great day for 50-cent hot dogs and 50-cent beers.
That's it. Dom wants to go down in TV history as a great guy who sells 50-cent hot dogs.
Can't beat it here. All right. Action will start with the 4 seat of Lewis. He's going to fold to Justin now in the 5. Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room. James Larson, Greg Raymer with you here. Table side. A fold from the 5.
It's too bad this dinner break's only 30 minutes. I would say, like, let's go to that Jamaican place I had for dinner last night. That was really good.
160 Fred from the 6 seat of James.
Some sweet plantains and some beans and
A
rice.
fold by Kong. A
Curry
fold
chicken.
by the 1 seat. A fold by the 3. So they all fold. The winner of the hand after the 160 raise is James.
And that time James goes back to the old pattern of like raise and take it, which he's been so successful with. And obviously Kong's stack getting beat up really good here. Lost over 1 million chips that last pot. So James will have him covered. John has him covered. Justin looks like he would have him covered. Kong might have gone from like barely being the chip leader at the beginning of that big pot to you know, being in like 4th place out of 6.
If we drink enough of those 50 centers, we'll have a nice crowd later this afternoon.
All right. Back to the poker here. After all, it is a poker show. We have a fold by...
It's always a good sign when you're still stacking chips like 2-3 hands
and a
later.
fold by Kong.
Like that's always a
Over the
good
1 seat
sign.
now with the card protector. That is a car.
It's like the dream day. It's like I'm just stacking chips all day long.
Yes, sir.
I can't stack fast enough to keep
It's
up
a
with
raise to
the pots
130
I'm
by the
winning.
1 seat of John. Over now to Tommy in the tray.
So I think I third 130. 130 from
It's
John
a
on the button.
raise all in.
All in,
by
but okay, now
Thomas.
that's what I'm expecting from Tom. He's been playing very
Folds
tight.
from the 4.
If he's going to raise there, he should go all
From the
in.
1 seat, right up
Looks
by
like he's
call.
gotten called though.
And
Ace
here
5.
is
I like the shove. I like the raise
Yes,
with
like
Ace
the source.
5.
The tail of the
And
tape,
he's
ladies
running
and
to
gentlemen.
kings. So
One
again,
seat
we have an ace
showing
against
pocket
2 kings.
King spade.
But again, I think
King
he's
of
just
diamonds. He's in the
unlucky
lead
that he
going
ran
up
into
against
ran into such a
Thomas
big
at
hand
ace
here
of
that
clubs,
you know
5
he
of
ran. But
spades.
he's got 30% chance
That
of
risk in
getting
the hand
lucky
here,
and doubling
folks.
up.
Here's the short stack.
And
of
that
the
was how
3
Thomas,
seat
you know,
of
stayed in this
Thomas.
tournament. He
He's
took
got
an
the
ace
behind
against pocket
the king.
kings, and
Jamie, let's go
he
ahead and see
hit.
the flop, please.
So let's see if it comes back to him.
And the flop comes out Jack of Hearts,
Nope.
10 of clubs, 7 of diamonds. So the
Queen
king
would be
is
a
in the
fun
lead for
card.
John in the 1 seat.
Queen would be a fun card. We'd
card,
give
please.
a straight draw there to Thomas.
Turn card is the ace of spades.
And
ladies
there we go.
gentlemen.
And if you're John, you
Ace
really
of
can't,
spades,
you know,
so
you should
going
not
in
be
the lead
whining
now.
about that card. Because you know that it was
Little
just that
leaders,
kind of
Thomas with
3
his
outer
aces.
that kept you in this tournament and
Straight
made you
draw
the chip
possible
leader.
for the 1 seat of John. Let's go ahead and see that river card, please.
King or
That river
queen?
card is the 8 of spades. So the
Nope,
double
no
up will
king,
be
no queen,
complete
and
as the ace
but
comes
again,
on the turn.
Thomas played that hand
For the
absolutely
3 seat
correct.
Thomas, he was in
Most of the
double
time,
up.
he's going to get
Keep his
Luis to fold the
chances
big
here.
blind, and most of the time, he's going to get John to fold the button, you know, even after that open raise. And when it doesn't happen, here he is. He's got 30% equity. Sometimes he might have gotten called by King Queen, and he'd be the small favorite. You know, so overall, it's a spot where when he gets called, he probably averages at least 40% chance of winning anyway. And when he doesn't get a call, even better, because now he wins a significant number of chips without any risk at all.
Well, don't put it in good.
Well, I'm trying not to. Good job.
But you have your thing you're good when you haven't ate. Yeah. Obviously.
Well, and obviously great news for Thomas, but
That so many times, you know what I mean?
the other players, you know, this hurts everyone else. You know, John the most, obviously, because he lost the chips. But, I mean, you know, if you're Luis, you're really, like, suffering right now because you're just like, man, oh, man, like 70% of the time, this guy's going to get knocked out, and then I'm going to immediately make, like, $4,000 because now the worst I can do is fifth place money instead of possibly finishing sixth.
You don't want them, I'll tell you
You know, so it really, the fact that he got lucky there, it cost everyone else money.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll
But it
start
makes
with
sense. I mean, obviously the fact that he stayed in made him money. That money has to come from somewhere. But other than obviously coming from John, because it was his chips, the shorter your stack, the more that survival hurt you.
By the 1 seat, 130.
So 130,000 again.
Double upper.
Thomas quickly folds while he's stacking chips. And again, he's been our tightest player.
We have a raise.
Now we got the re-raise all in from Luis.
All in from position number 4. Fold it all the way around, Freddie, to the original.
So again, back to John.
Folds all the way around to John, so he's last to act. It's 400 total.
So it's 400 total. John has to call here no matter what.
400K
It's 270 more. He's getting more than 2 to 1 on the call. So I mean, he basically, you know, he's getting like, you know, he's getting like 9 to 4 on the call or
This time
something.
it's all diamonds for both players. King 5 for the 1 seat of John. He shows King
And
5.
he has the best hand again. King 5 of diamonds against Queen 10 of diamonds. And again, I'm happy with all these plays as well. The Queen 10 of diamonds. Well, maybe I'm not. I mean, I think about it. I don't think Luis can ever expect him to fold. And so, actually, I'm maybe not a fan here. If I'm Luis, I'd rather fold this hand and be the first guy in the pot, just shoving for the 400,000. And bam, he's again. Worst hand has now taken the lead. It's going to have to come diamond, diamond, 2 running straight cards, or a king for John to retake the lead.
Let's go ahead and see.
Let's see a diamond. Let's see like a 7 of diamonds.
Turn card is the Jack of clubs.
No sweat there. It doesn't change. No more outs. It's 3 kings, or Luis is going to double up.
Lewis trying to double up against the King 5 of the 1 seat of John. Jamie, let's go ahead and see the river card. River card is the 8 of spades.
So Luis gets lucky there, but again, he's not that far behind. He had over a 40% chance of winning. When all the money went in pre-flop, you know, he had 40% or better chance of winning. It's not that lucky for the Queen 10 to prevail.
Double up here in recent weeks, and there's obviously no change here on Columbus Day in Daytona Beach, Florida.
That's going to give him up to like 900,000 again. It's going to be like probably about as many chips as Luis has ever had here at this final table, but the average stack is getting close to $1.5 million. So he's still well behind average, but now he has room to maneuver. He has like 15, 16, 17 big blinds. You know, now if someone raises and he wants to re-raise, he again should still go all in. But now there's a pretty good chance they'll fold, and certainly they'll fold a hand like King 5 almost every time.
We start with the 9 seat. That's a fold by Kong. Fold by John in the 1. Over to the 3 seat now, and Thomas.
Getting tighter here. Both short stacks of double.
4 seat folds. We're to the blinds now. Over to Justin in the 5 in the small blind.
Here's Justin. I think has had like the most professional demeanor of anyone at the table. Just he's completely calm, controlled. He just isn't giving stuff away.
He's going to go to 300.
So we got a raise and a quick re-raise here.
Around again to Justin. Justin said he was joking and folds. The winner of the hand is James.
And again, he's, you know, James showing us just unbelievable timing. It's just like, with the exception of his Jack 10 that got there, and we don't know what it is he beat exactly, that Kong was holding on that huge pot.
Now, on a serious note,
with the exception of that Jack 10, every time James is raised, everyone else is folding.
Say if he wins this, he plans on buying his girlfriend some new shoes. You did write that down. Some new shoes. Then he said a round of drinks for the crew.
Shoes are 7,000.
Oh, well, they're $7,000 shoes. I mean, like, I'm thinking, like, is he probably not going to be stuck buying her some new shoes whether he wins or not? I mean, he still made the final table and got paid a good payday, but $7,000 shoes. Now I'm sorry. If I have $10 million, I'm never going to buy $7,000 shoes.
4-seat folds, that is Lewis.
Heck, if I have $100 million, I can't see myself buying $7,000 shoes.
Call is
For me or my
by
wife.
James.
Hope she's not upset by that.
By Kong. All right, Jamers, let's go ahead and see the flop, please. Flop is the 8 of hearts, 4 of spades, king of hearts. I got a check by James and a wager here by Kong of exactly 100,000 chips. Back to Jimmy. And a fold. And James is going to show the old ace tray. They were both red. That's all I can tell you.
Not flush, though.
All right, if you're wondering, if you're watching at home here at hptpoker.com or you're one of our players, we have exactly 28 minutes and 5 seconds to go. In the level, 28:05.
Like you.
Yeah, very tight. It's like first class. Massages, you just need 3 breaks. Yeah.
Okay, Freddie, we will start the action with a fold from seats 3, 4, 5, and 6. Over to the small now, and Kong, he's going to raise it up.
125.
125 is the raise by Kong, and a quick fold by John. The winner of the hand is Kong. Anybody have a spare breathalyzer running around here? Might need a breathalyzer to aisle 4 back there, row 4. Hey, how about a round of applause? It's Columbus Day. Give it up for Christopher Columbus. You know, he's a great Italian-American. Did a lot for the United States.
James trying to get the audience jacked up again, I think. Sorry about my... was absent there for a couple of minutes. So we got the button on Kong and folded Justin.
We have a fold ready by the...
Looks like a raise coming, and I'm expecting 130 or so.
It's a raise now by the
125.
What was the total raise?
125.
Raises to 125 by the 5. Justin, I have folds by 6, 9, 1. So we're over to the 3 seat now. Everybody folded except for the 3 seat.
Good blind to attack. Thomas has been the tightest player. But he clearly isn't folding too quickly here. Not sure if he's thinking about just calling. Might have been considering a raise. I don't know.
Has been made by the
It's always hard to know there. Like, was he thinking between call and fold or call and raise?
All right, let's go ahead and see the flop, please.
I'm surprised to see that much animation out of Justin.
And the flop is the 4 of hearts, queen of diamonds, jack of hearts. Action will start with the 3 seat.
And he looks more like he's looking at his opponent than the flop, Justin. And now we got the weak lead, we call this. Doesn't mean it's a weak hand or anything. It's just that your opponent raised pre-flop and you just called. If you check to him, you expect him to bet every time. So it's kind of like whatever you have on this or any flop, it's like, why are you betting? You know, it's an unusual story because if you have a good hand, then why not check? He makes the expected continuation bet, and now you can check raise. And if he folds, you win even more. If he doesn't fold, then you win even more yet because, again, you're betting and check raising there because you think you have the best hand. If you're bluffing, well, now, you know, you've made the first bet. If your bluff is going to succeed, well, it probably would have succeeded if you'd checked raised, and you would have won even more with the same bluff. You would have risked more, had, you know, more chips at risk in the play, but you would have won more as well. So it's just a very unusual play. And in many cases, you find that it represents a hand that is mediocre. It's second pair, it's bottom pair, it's something like that. It's some kind of draw. That's part of why it's called the weak lead. But usually the weak lead is going to be the wrong play.
Fold by Lewis, so the winner of the hand is James.
James continuing his pattern of when I raise, everyone folds.
Very crickets out there.
But great spot to raise. Again, we got the guys, even though they've doubled up, they're still, I believe, the shortest stacks in the tournament, and the guys that have been playing the tightest. You know, now we have Luis in the small blind, you know, tight player so far, and we got Justin, who he has not been tight or loose. I'd say, you know, he's been, it looks like reasonably close to optimal in terms of percentage of hands that he's playing. You know, there's been some spots where he's raised, been re-raised, and easily folded. So it's not that he has to have a big hand to make a raise with. You know, he's willing to mix it up a little bit, but not so often that you assume that he's frequently weak.
Lewis folds over to Justin.
Might have been a good spot for Luis to re-raise all in with anything somewhat playable.
And Justin folds, the winner of the hand.
Justin folds to Kong.
Is the Kong.
And that's the thing. You got Kong and Justin both playing really well. You know, Kong more loose aggressive, Justin more tight aggressive. You know, but if you're Justin, it's like, do you really want to play a marginal hand? Because you know if you re-raise there, Kong is capable of 4-betting even if he has nothing. And do you want to make yourself make that kind of decision?
In this world where they thought everything was flat.
You know, and is it the kind of hand you want to call and see a flop without a position?
The world is round. I better just quit
So sometimes it's just better to fold and, you know, not have to play a mediocre hand out of position against a tough opponent.
John. And that's a fold by John. Over to Thomas now. A fold by the
Just fold it around to Luis on the butt. Looking a long time.
By the 4-seat now of Lewis.
Now we got blind versus blind.
As well, Freddie, if you missed that.
We got Justin Fallbush, James
Folds
Calderero.
all the way now to
I'm sure this is a raise of some sort
It's a raise. 140, the raise by Justin to 140.
80,000 more, 140 total.
James makes the
And
call.
call. This is definitely a spot where I see calling with a pretty significant percentage of hands being correct.
Two players, ladies
You've
and
got
gentlemen.
position.
Seats 5 and
If you
6,
re-raise,
and James.
well, what do you do then if Justin 4-bets? You know, so you might re-raise and then get bluffed off the best hand. You know, and then certainly if it's something marginal, you know, you have the suited connectors and stuff like that, maybe you're better off just seeing a flop, you know, especially because you have position. So lots of hands that I like calling with if I'm James.
150.
Justin c-betting, which, again, you expect him to do like 100% of the time, give or take. He announces 150 and 3 red plaques in the pot from James before Justin can even really start cutting his bet out. But it's a good continuation bet size. The sizing of that bet is excellent. Now things are going to get more interesting. You know, if Justin was bluffing, does he decide that's a good card to bluff again? You know, if he was value betting, does he bet again or does he trap? James checks behind. A very interesting river card. Now anyone with a jack just got there.
Pair of 4s is what James says.
He says pair of 4s, so he's just saying that, you know, I'm just taking my time, trying to keep the pot small. They call that small ball poker. It's like, there's a good chance I have the best hand pre-flop, but it was exactly what I was talking about. I mean, I got ace-4. You've opened from the small blind. Ace-high is the best hand here very often. Over half the time I have the best hand right now. But if I 3-bet with this hand and you don't fold, now what? Even if you just call, what do I do unless I hit the flop? And if I do hit the flop, well, if I hit an ace, I have to be concerned that you have an ace with a bigger kicker. If I hit a 4, I have to be concerned that you have a bigger pocket pair, that you have 5s, 6s, 7s, whatever, and that hitting a 4 wasn't enough to make me the best hand. And then if you 4-bet me, I'm not going to want to call with the ace-4 pre-flop, not to a re-raise all in. So I like just calling there with that ace-4 as the kind of the primary way to play the hand.
135, and I fold Fred's from 3, 4, 5, 6 all the way
One of
up.
the main reasons actually for him to re-raise is that if he does get just called, he can now c-bet the flop even if he misses it and maybe get his opponent to fold what could be the best hand. In other words, he 3-bets pre-flop, Justin calls with, let's say, and also a bad ace, like ace-7. Now the flop comes 5-10 king. Justin might check fold the ace-7 even though it's the best hand. And that would be one of the main reasons to be more aggressive with the hand pre-flop. But certainly if you think you can read your opponents well, you're better off with that small ball approach. If you are really bad at reading your opponents, or they're just great players and you know they're better than you, then you should avoid the small ball approach and play big. You know, you're trying to play big pots pre-flop rather than playing big pots, you know, after the flop, turn, and river.
130.
You know, you're kind of acknowledging that this is a better player than me, and you know, if I wait till I see the flop, the turn, the river, he's going to make better decisions than me. So let's just, you know, I'm either going to fold or try to get it all in pre-flop, you know, and then he can't outplay me.
All right, we have 18 minutes to go till our dinner break. 18 minutes to go. Still plenty of hot dogs left out there. Dogs are
James
running.
pushing those hot dogs
It's
hard.
always great to be here at Daytona Beach Kennel Club.
I think it might be he's off. I think James is, you know, he's got the slim figure. He's off his diet. He's hoping everyone else is going to buy up all the hot dogs before the break, so he doesn't have to eat any.
Went off 23, whatever it was. I had $5 on it, and I won $115. So
An hour another.
Okay, here.
oh,
Thomas
all
in the
right,
big
first
blind. Luis
act.
first to
First seat.
act.
That's Lewis. He's going to fold. Justin folds. James folds. Over to Kong now. On the button. He says raise.
Excuse me.
Raise all in.
Raise from
125
Kong
fed
on the
by
button.
9 seat of Kong. I have a re-raise by the 1 seat John. All in.
All in.
Now
Wow.
Over to Thomas.
That seems a
He's gonna
little
fold.
excessive. Doesn't. I mean, I think the stacks are
And
too deep
a
for that to be
fold
the correct play.
From the 9 seat of Kong. So the winner of the hand is John.
Yeah, I mean, it worked this time, but, you know, there's a good
Everybody
chance
from
that if he had
Florida,
just done a
the studio
normal
audience, you guys all
re-raise,
from
it would
around
have
here?
worked. You know, so why? You don't need to risk that. I mean, he's risking so much for what he can win.
That can't be it. You guys have, you are Daytona Beach. Beautiful
Looks
area.
like Kong might be down
Beautiful
to
area.
certainly under
plan
2
to be back,
million.
and we always like coming when it's
Hard to
we
tell.
reside in- but we'll be back in March. We reside in the Midwest. We'll be back here in March, and oh, they'll get all the 50-cent beers are coming. They're coming in big trays now. One time.
Luis is the big blind. He might. Looks like Luis might only have like 600,000. I mean, it's like doesn't take long. I mean, you know, paying those blinds.
All right, first act will be Justin. He's UTG, which stands for under the proverbial gun. He's going to fold. Justin does. I've got a raise now by James.
160.
It's raised to 160. Fred, I have a fold by Kong. Re-raise all in by the 1 seat.
Re-raise
I have
again.
a fold
Wow.
by Thomas. A fold by Lewis.
Okay, this makes more sense though. We got a first raise, a second raise. Now 4-betting all in makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot more sense, you know, for the 4-bet than the 3-bet, given the stack sizes.
Count like 1, 2. Does that sound about right?
I don't know, maybe it's 1, 2. I thought I had 1, 3 or
So James not folding too quickly here. He's getting a count. So James made the first raise. Apparently Kong is re-raised. Can't tell for sure.
Is that what it is? About 1.25?
I guess maybe Kong isn't in this hand. Maybe that's just a re-raise all in.
look under the hood.
But I guess maybe John did not have as many chips as I thought. I thought he had a lot more. So maybe re-raising is, if he's going to re-raise it all in does look correct. I mean, a good rule of thumb would be whatever bet you're facing, you know, so if it was a raise to 100, if you have like $1 million or less, if you're going to re-raise, go all in. I don't like raising or re-raising a third of my chips or more unless I just put all of them in. You know, so if my normal amount is 10, 20, 30% of my stack, I do my normal amount. Once it gets to a third or more of my stack, then I just go all in instead of that normal amount.
I got yours though.
So maybe Kong did not 3-bet here. I'm still not sure. Sorry, I missed that action. Ten seven of spades is my favorite hand, John says. Certainly sounds like the kind of statement that, like, I'm trying to induce a call. Like, hey, that's my favorite hand. I could have that. You know, certainly you have 10-7 beat. You wouldn't be thinking like this if you didn't have 10-7 beat. Yep, and I guess sweating James must be hard work, so she's getting a massage while she does it.
The problem is this is a snap call for you. Snap call.
You played with me enough to think of a snap call. You got kings. You thinking about folding kings?
Yeah.
That's the only hand I snap call with.
Yeah.
Well,
See where that got me.
John talking a lot, usually that's a sign that they're comfortable with their hand. You know, they don't usually talk. A lot of players just can't sit there and talk like that if they're bluffing. So if he has something very marginal, something where he is not at all sure he has the best hand, you know, he's going to be uncomfortable, and a lot of players just have a hard time talking.
Will fold. The winner of the hand is the 1 seat of John. He's the winner.
Alrighty. One of the toughest things about making those big laydowns is that most of the time, you know, your opponent doesn't show, and then you have no idea if you made the right decision or not.
Yeah.
Well, James not too torn up about it, but he's a very experienced player, so, I mean, you know, he's been in spots like this before, so it's not like it's going to, you know, some people, like, they make a big fold and it puts them on tilt. I mean, even if they're right, it just puts them on tilt because it was such a tough decision. It kind of throws them off balance, and then they start playing poorly afterwards.
Just like your child.
That's a fold by James. Over to Kong. Kong's going to raise to $1.25, ladies and gentlemen.
125 from
Fold by
Kong, a
John
good
in the
mini
one.
raise.
Over now to the 3 seat.
Again, I use the word mini raise for meaning a min raise plus a little bit more. So a min raise was 120. He made it 125. I'm a big fan of the mini raise, especially deep in a
Okay,
tournament.
Fred, to catch you up, all I have is a raise here to 125.
Thomas Georgie counting out chips. He's been, again, very tight. Hasn't played a lot of hands. So has he, you know, got enough chips now that he's going to call and see a flop, or is he putting together a re-raise? Well, looks more like a re-raise now.
Action is on Thomas.
And it is some kind of re-raise.
That's a raise. Yeah, re-raise happened. We'll get the total amount.
So we had 30-60 blinds here, 125 from Kong, and counting out
A re-raise to 295.
295,000 from Thomas.
Fold to the original.
And quickly fold by Kong. So Kong acknowledging the fact, Thomas, you've been like the tightest guy at the table. You almost certainly have a really good hand, and I don't have aces or kings or anything like that. Nothing good enough to play. I mean, not that he needed aces or kings, but he certainly needed like at least the top 5% hand. You know, at least needs queens, jacks, tens, ace king, maybe ace queen. Maybe not much more than that. I don't know. Don't know how tight he would fold there against Thomas, you know, with Thomas in position and everything else. But he certainly isn't going to call with anything weak unless he's going to be trying to suck out and hit a lucky flop.
Would you have ace queen?
All right, the button is on the 4 seat. No, we're under 10 minutes.
Here comes Kong again.
Oh, okay. It's a raise under the
He was
gun
doing
here.
so good, the first level or two of this tournament. Now Kong's just been getting beat up,
Fold by John.
and not, in my opinion, because he's been doing anything wrong. I haven't,
A fold by
we haven't seen his cards on many hands, so you can't judge exactly.
Fold by James.
But certainly when he's shown hands, nothing about the situation has said that Kong is making bad decisions. So sometimes you play perfect and it just doesn't go your way.
This is a big holiday. So
I have lots of this the Broadway.
Ooh, so it's a flop set.
it's a nice way to spend our Monday afternoon out here. How about a round of applause for the Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room for having us out here and having such a great
Let's hear it.
promotion. Another great promotion.
DBKC.
HPT, hot dogs and beers. Couldn't get any better than that. Beers. The best. All right, we will start the action, Bedell, with folds by. I have a fold by John, a fold by Thomas.
And an all-in announcement
raise.
from Luis.
All in range, Freddie, by Lewis. Everybody folds. Louis wins. Louis wins.
Quick folds around. We don't even have time to count that out, but it looks like, it was 600,000, 700,000. Now it's, 700,000 or 800,000.
All right, we start with Thomas. Thomas is going to raise to 130. Thomas raises to 130, and everybody folds. The winner of the hand
You heard it from James.
is Tommy.
Our tightest player raises. Everyone folds. I mean, the fact that Thomas has been able to play so tight and still accumulate chips. I mean, he got lucky with the ace-5. Won those couple of big pots. This could work out so well for him now. If he now can start loosening up, if he can now start, finding those good spots and stealing and not having to show any cards, then he's going to maintain that tight image and he can keep stealing. And, it's really hard for anyone to get a hand. You're six-handed. There's such a huge difference. If you have ace-10 in a 10-handed game,
Oh, sorry, Dominic.
it's hard to think too highly of your hand because there's a good chance someone else is going to turn, find a big pair or a better ace or something. Six-handed, that ace-10 it's kind of like having ace-queen or almost ace-king at a full table. And that will just increase further and further.
Hey guys, we know we're having a lot of fun, but we want to just keep her down just a little bit because we are, after all, filming a national television show. But I do.
Well, we had a raise and a re-raise all in from John Holly, and that re-raise was able to take it down. And he's showing no concern there. I mean, I'm not saying he's making any mistakes at all. I'm not trying to imply that. But he's got that stack size. If someone raises, I thought when I said his all-ins were a mistake, I was the one making a mistake. I thought he had more chips. But then when I realized he only had 800, 900,000, a million chips. If someone's going to raise to 160, if you're going to re-raise and you've got a million chips, all-in is the only play. So. Given that fact, he's doing the right thing. He's got what we call the re-raising stack, or the re-shoving stack. And that's the best way to play that stack size. So if you have 10 or 12 big blinds or less, you're either just all in or fold. You don't want to re-raise all in unless you have a really good hand because you don't expect them to fold anymore at that point. They make it 2 or 3 times the big blind and you go all in for 10, you really can't expect them to fold. But then when your stack's bigger, when you have more than 12, but let's say up to 20, 25 blinds, somewhere in that ballpark, now you've got a stack size where you're looking to put in the second raise and go all in. So someone opens for 2 or 3 times the big blind, you go all in for 12, 15, 20. That's enough that they certainly can fold, but it is not too much. You're not like risking a ridiculously large amount compared to what you can win. You're going all in for, let's say, 15, but you can win their raise to 2 and the big blind, the small blind, and the antes. So you're risking 15 or 20 to win, the equivalent of like 5 big blinds, give or take. So that's certainly a reasonable ratio.
Give him 30,000 chips with that on.
So if you're in that 3-bet shoving stack size, if you've got that 12 to 20, 12 to 25 big blinds, that's exactly the situation you're looking for. Someone else raises, especially someone who might be a loose, aggressive player, doesn't have to have a premium hand to make the first raise. You're re-raising all in, knowing that they are going to have to fold a significant percentage of the time, maybe over half the time they have to fold.
Minutes, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I have a fold by Kong. A raise to 135 with a 1-seated
Right.
John. Raise to 1.
Just 1, 2, maybe 3 hands before we go on the 30-minute dinner break.
Fold all the way to James.
Like 4 minutes left here, give or take, something like that.
Everybody folds but James.
You don't like to fold.
No.
And James is going to make the call.
All right, so we got the min raise from John.
And 6, Baval.
We got the call, or was it a mini raise? But we got the small raise from John, the call from James defending his blind. And again, he could be calling here with lots and lots of hands.
Ace of clubs, Queen of hearts, Jack of hearts.
Well, we got a huge action flop here.
Now we move on to John. 150 is the bet. by
James
John,
checks.
150.
150 from John, and that's a good C bet. I expect him to bet all these flops.
And that is a call now.
Quick call from James
Called by
again.
called.
So again, does he have something marginal here, like the Jack 10 with the before that he
By
hit the
James
flush draw to
Winslow,
make
please.
Broadway? Flush draw. Does he have a
Deuce of
queen?
clubs.
This time we
James
get the deuce of
checks.
clubs on the turn rather than on the river.
Both players check.
James
deuce of
checks
clubs.
very casually, like I'm not even looking at you. Are my chips straight?
River is a 6
It
of
makes you
diamonds,
think he
both
has a
check.
pretty good
Queen
hand.
Shows Queen of diamonds, 10 of hearts for queens. Queen's good enough to take down the pot.
Yep, and I like the way he played that hand. He's like, I got queen 10, it's worth defending. I flopped second pair. If you have an ace, if you have pocket kings, I'm still going to lose, so I'm just going to check call. That way if you're bluffing, I can give you a chance to bluff. If you're not bluffing, I'm just checking and calling. I'm losing the minimum amount in order to reach the showdown.
Just under 10.
And then I check the turn, and oh, good news, you check behind me. That means it's a lot more likely my queen is good. The other thing, too, about that hand in particular is that, like, if he is beat, well, then he probably has to catch, that king, queen, or 10. If he's beat, he doesn't have a lot of outs. But for James's hand, if he's not beat, if he is the head now that he flopped a pair of queens, there's really no scary cards that can come. The ace is already there, so another ace wouldn't change anything. If a second ace hits the turn or the river, that just means he's further behind, so to speak. It doesn't mean he doesn't get beat by that second ace unless he was already beat anyways. The overcard that could come to his pair of queens is a king, but that hits his gut shot straight draw and gives him the nuts.
It's a re-raise all in.
So a great way to play the hand. We got a re-raise all in here, though. Let's talk about this hand. Justin Fawbush on the button, facing an open raise. He now re-raises all in. Well, James is thinking. So James has a real hand. He is not sitting here and just Hollywooding with something marginal. Kong says call from the big blind. So that's a hand. That has to be a real hand.
And a fold now.
And he's only calling. So it's probably a really big hand. At least ace king. Big pair, ace king, maybe ace queen.
Flips over mom and dad. King of clubs, queen of hearts.
So we got king queen here from Justin, and that's a good hand to be re-raising all in with. And the unlucky part is the player who hasn't even done anything yet, who probably didn't even look at his cards yet. Kong wakes up with 2 aces. Now Justin's in as bad a spot as he could be in almost. The only thing worse than aces here would be pocket kings. No real help there. The diamonds don't. No one has a diamond, so no flush draws. If a jack, if an ace, if a 9 hits the turn, Justin picks up a draw. But he needs that 9 Jack Ace King Queen. Well, now he's got his gut. There's his gut shot draw.
Diamonds, so
He needs a Jack to win and
now
nothing
making
else.
a straight possible for 5 seat of Justin. The aces currently
Jack
in the
to
lead.
stay alive. Everything else, or maybe I don't know who has who covered actually, but
It's a king of spades,
so one pair not good
breaking
enough.
kings, but not beating the aces. So
I think it looks like everyone's clear that Kong has him covered. So just like that, Justin, who I thought has been playing exceptionally well, is knocked out in 6th place.
That was it.
If I do raise it, my
Wait a minute. Let's count. I don't think I get your call. Does he even have him covered?
Guys, give it up for Justin. He's going on with 19,000.
I don't think I get your call. I didn't realize he had.
I didn't feel as great.
All right, so well, congratulations to Justin for finishing 6th. Thought he played excellent. He gets to go home with over $19,500. And it was just unfortunate that he made, what was usually a good move at the wrong time.
I'm joined by Don Miro. Now, we've seen some great poker. We're about to take our lunch break here for 30 minutes, but we're down to 5 now, and we've seen some pretty big hands.
Yeah, it's been a great day. There's a lot of action here. Some good players in the field today, and glad that you guys were able to come down again.
And real quick, before we go to our 30-minute dinner break, I just want to say thanks for having us out on behalf of Fred and Jen and everybody with the HPT. We want to thank you, Don.
Yeah, don't forget to bet the horses.
We don't want to forget to bet the horses, exactly. 30-minute dinner break, and we'll be back with more HPT final table action.
All right, guys, 30 minutes, so
And welcome back to HPTPoker.com, coming to you from Daytona Beach, Florida, and the Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room. We started with 9 players today, and now we are down to our final 5. Only one will go home as our new HPT champion in just over $104,000. Sharing the broadcast today with the World Series of Poker champion and our reigning player of the year, Mr. Greg Fossilman Raymer. And Greg, I'm going to send things over to you, but we got 5 left here, and they're not going to be able to hear you. And I asked you earlier, but who do you like out of this group to be our new champion and go home with the title and the cash?
What's he say?
I can't tell you.
Well, James, the funny thing is my answer is the same in a sense. We got people that are all playing really well here at the final table, so I'm going to go with the chip count. And it used to be Kong Pham, but now he's the shortest stack. So my answer now becomes James Calderero, who is our current chip leader. James has 3.7 million chips. Kong is the short stack with 1.15 million. Luis Sierra barely more than that. John Holly, again, just a little bit more than that. And then Thomas Georgie, now in second place, but with only 1.5 million chips. So the average stack here is basically 2 million chips. We have approximately 10 million chips in play. But James Calderero, the only player above average. Everyone else, at least a little bit below. Blinds are now 40-80 with a 10,000 chip ante. 170,000 chips in the pot before we deal the cards.
A call is made.
So again, this is an amount of chips worth taking.
Of Kong, and now an option to the 1 seat of John. He checks the option, 2-player. And let's go ahead
I'm
and
not
see
sure
the
those numbers are right. Kong looks like that's a lot more than 1 million.
flop is all diamonds, 8, 2, 3.
I was given some new chip counts, but Kong has a lot more than 1.1. He's not the short stack at all. He must have like 3 million.
By the 1 seat, he exposes the Dolly Parton here, 9 to 5. And the winner will be the 9 seat of Kong. Donkey Kong, I was very good at in high school. That was the one video game. No, there was just was that just a check out there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was given some updated chip counts, but I think there might have been a typo. It said 1.15 million for Kong, which I didn't think sounded right, but I hadn't seen his stack. But now looking at it on video, it's like, no, there's no way. It's more like 3 million or something. So actually, if I just do some quick math, which we can do, it must be like 2.5 million for Kong, give or take.
And we start with.
So that leaves Kong in second place, which my decision isn't any different. Since James Calderero is the chip leader, I'm going to make him the favorite to win. But it's a tough spot, though, because even though he's the chip leader, James has Kong on his immediate left. And Kong has been active, aggressive, tough to play against.
170. 175. 175 is the raise amount.
175 from Kong. John folds the small blind.
And I see a fold by the 1 seat. It was called. I'm sorry, we're on the 2 seat or the 3 seat.
And Thomas Georgie here making the decision in the big blind, and he folds, and that's going to be a win for Kong.
I'd like to thank everybody here at the Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room. These players have endured quite an endurance test as they played till the wee hours of the morning last night, played until 4 o'clock in the morning, turned around, and they were all here today by 10:15, 10:30, and we've been playing cards since about 12:30 this afternoon.
Can we get the waitress girl
Yeah.
a little bit of water?
Can somebody get me cocktails, please? Oh, you never wait for me in between.
Trying to give an estimate of
Never wait for
Kong's chips here. I'm looking at them, but I'm not sure how tall those reds stack up. I mean, the stack of chips are probably 20 tall, the orange and the lavender there. But I don't know if those plaques are like a lot thicker, or if that's 20 plaques, if you stack them to the same height. So I'm not sure how many chips Kong has, but certainly he has a lot, and he does have more than anyone except for James Calderero.
Correct. That doesn't mean you have
Playing 40-80.
You don't?
Your seat's open.
That's a raise
180.
to 180 by James. Kong folds.
180,000
1
folded
seat
to
folds.
Luis Sierra in the big
180 was the
blind.
raise, and everybody will.
And he folds, and his proper play was probably going to be fold or shove.
Winner is.
And Luis
James.
picked fold, which was going to be the best choice most of the time. Of course, I have no access to hole card information here for this live stream. I'm in a completely separate area from the production team that is filming the TV show. So there are people who have access to the whole card information right now, or at least one person who does. But that information does not go to anyone else, and it especially does not go to me. So I have no idea what anyone has unless they show their cards to the table.
He's second.
To you?
I didn't say that.
All right, button on John.
All right. No, to Jen. Now fold
Kong
by
folds.
Kong here in the 9 seat. Over to the 1 seat now. And
I guess, no, I'm sorry. I must my button on Thomas. John is in the cutoff. Second to act now, 5-handed. Of course, you have to loosen up quite a bit. Again, a hand that might have been absolutely correct to fold previously is now a hand that might be 100% correct to raise with.
We just play a putt. I'm out.
And we got an all-in from John, 1.26 million. Again, that's like, 15, 16 blinds he's got. I'm not too big a fan of shoving there. If you're going to play the hand for a raise, that's fine. I don't think you need to shove that many blinds.
I don't like the fold. I don't like the fold.
John says, I don't want to play a pot with that hand. But that's kind of the problem. I mean, if you're only shoving with the hands that are like good, but at the bottom of that good range, it's like, oh, I have ace-10, I have pair of 9s, those are the hands you're shoving with, but then you're just raising with ace-king and ace-ace and king-king. Makes it easier for your opponents to play good against you.
Thomas folds. Lewis folds. And that is a song that Pantera once recorded called Walk. Probably not a lot of Pantera fans.
Part of the reason Kong's getting that walk, I mean, it could just be everyone was just dealt a very weak starting hand. But it is also quite possible that, again, his reputation, his image, here's an aggressive player, a tough player, who puts you to tough decisions. We don't want to mess with that guy. So, if we have any of the hands that are kind of in the middle, we might tend to fold them rather than raise his blind. Another advantage of being, a tough, aggressive opponent is that you're going to get more walks than someone who's a, passive opponent, who doesn't make their opponent make tough decisions.
The raise.
Raise from James, and probably the 180 again.
What was it?
All in announced, and a call, I think.
Okay, what was the first raise to? 100 and
85. 185.
185 from James, all in from John, and I guess a snap call.
Raise all in by the 1 seat, and a call by James, and James tables his cards. Actually, we'll start with the 1 seat. He shows ace of hearts. Yeah, exactly. And then an all-in re-raise.
180, all in and a call. We have ace-8 against jack-jack. So James Calderera, about a 70-30 favorite here. If he wins this pot, he's just going to extend his chip lead and have like half the chips, give or take.
All right, ladies and
but if John wins this pot, he's going to have over 2.5 million chips, and that's probably going to put Kong back in the chip lead by knocking down James.
For James, jack of hearts, jack of spades.
So big hand for everyone. Obviously huge for John, important for James, and significant to everyone else because it changes the dynamic of the table.
Flop is 2 4s.
There's a safe flop for jacks. There's no backdoor draws. John needed hearts or diamonds to make the flush. He's got no backdoor flush draw, no backdoor straight draw. He just needs an ace now, and that's it.
The turn card, please.
4 would give him another out.
Turn card is the jack.
Well, and Jack's full has him drawing dead. 4 on the turn, he could have caught a 4 on the river, and it would have been quad 4s with an ace kicker. Would have beat the jacks that way. But instead, James shuts it down with the jacks on the turn. John Holly played a very tough, aggressive game. He was in there, getting involved in pots, lots of action. Really acquitted himself well, and he's going to go home with about $23,000.
For his efforts, he's going home with $23,843. Give him a round of applause, everybody. That's it, 23 grand, almost 24.
Well, obviously that hand is really bad news for John Holly, but he played exceptionally well. 5th place out of over 300 players here at the Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room. Heartland Poker Tour final table main event. $23,843. It's great news, obviously, for everyone else. Now James Calderero has something like half the chips in play. He has in the ballpark of 5 million chips, giving him statistically a 50% chance of being our eventual champion. Big news for everyone else, though, because anyone else now could have been knocked out in 5th place for that 23,000, but now they're going to finish at least 4th, and now instead they're going to get paid at least $30,000. So everyone else just made like another $6,000-$7,000 here just by watching John and James play this big pot. So an important thing to keep in mind. Now we have a dead small here. Thomas Georgie is our big blind, and Luis is just going to shove in under the gun. And given his stack size, that is okay. He's got 12 big blinds, so if he's going to play, he probably should go all in. And this is a great spot to do it. He only has one player in the blind, so he only has to get one blind to fold. And the big blind is Thomas Georgie, who's been playing the tightest at the table. Kong, I can't tell if Kong called or shoved. Kong played, and Luis doesn't look too excited here. What has he got?
At risk is Lewis. He flips over Queen 9.
Queen 9. I like that play, actually.
It's Queen 9.
Wow, he got called by the Queen High, who has him dominated. That's pretty unlucky. Normally, unless he runs into Ace Queen and maybe King Queen, he's not going to get called. So it's a little bit unlucky here that he's in such bad shape. But I think Luis made a correct play. I think he was going to get everyone to fold pretty often. And usually when he got called, he was going to be called by something like, Ace King and Ace 10 and not be way, way behind.
6 of clubs.
So, it was a spot where he would have had a lot more equity. Here he's only had a 25% chance of winning pre-flop. Usually he would have had more like 40% chance of winning against most of the hands that called him.
Turn card is another club, ladies and gentlemen. The
Well,
10 of clubs.
Another club. Luis is going to make the Queen High flush with just that queen, and so he needs a club or a 9. Any 9, any club, or Luis is out.
But right now, the Queen Jack of the 9th seat in the lead. Let's go ahead and see the river.
Oh, I don't know. I think I know his line, but I read 3.
It's the King.
And it is not. It's a blank. In fact, actually, it makes the nut straight for Kong. He makes Broadway, and that quickly we've lost 2 players. Wonder what everyone had for dinner.
In 4th place. For Lewis's efforts, he's going to go home with just under 31,000. Give him a round of applause, everybody.
Good luck, Sid.
I need to pause the tournament clock, please.
Okay, guys. All right. We're just going to pause the clock here. And
Taking a little pause here. We're going to get some updated chip counts for you and make sure that everything is all set to go here. 3-handed play. This is really getting exciting.
sparks are flying.
And, we got 3 tough players. I mean, the interesting question here, as someone, if I'm a disinterested observer in the audience here, and most of the people here in our live audience are not disinterested. They're here sweating one of these players. But the interesting thing is, looking at Thomas Georgie, is he going to continue to play very, very tight, just either like wait for a good hand, and shove it all in and fold everything else, and maybe hope that one of these guys knocks out the other? Or is he now going to decide he has to open it up a little bit, take some more chances, play some of those marginal hands he might have been folding up till now, and try to give himself the best opportunity to finish first? But the chip counts right now probably are a little under $1.5 million for Thomas Georgie, about $5 million for James Calderero, which leaves about $3.5 million for Kong.
Oh, okay.
So that's going to be my estimate, but we're getting exact chip counts for you right now.
That was 1.1.330. 1.330.
Yes, we are.
That happened so fast, I don't even know what happened. I know. You guys remember what you have, so we're fresh. Normal dude.
Getting all of our countdowns.
How much you have over there?
Oh, we got some bling on that phone.
What's their 10 in play?
Yeah.
And Cali, 5.6?
Yeah.
5.2, just under 5.2.
So I got 3.5.
If I only had a 3.5 for you.
Yeah,
right?
3.5. Yeah, around that.
So 5.25, 3.5, and 1.3.
Well, the numbers I'm hearing the players say there, that was 1.3 million for Thomas Georgie, 5.2 for James Calderero, which ought to leave like 3.2 for Kong.
1.33?
4, 5, yeah. 3.4, 5,000.
Oh, sorry about that. Don't talk shit about
You
it.
want me to put them, you want me to put that water on the
Oh, he wants it?
floor?
You wanted?
You want me to put that water on the floor?
Everyone's having difficulty counting the chips.
5.2, I believe. Yeah.
Plaques do make it a little tougher. We're just not used to those.
Is this one yours too?
No. Here, I'm just going to give you this stuff.
And then 1.33 over here. Yeah.
How can you have 1.33? We took all
3.4.
Not sure which camera feed you can see at home. I'm looking at the one here with Fred Bevel at the next side of the table.
All right, let me just put these.
Looking confused, trying to do the numbers.
Where would the button be, Dad?
That's the thing, Fred's a TV executive, stand-up comedian.
He just got knocked out in that hand, right?
You don't need to be good at math for either of those jobs.
Well, let's get these organized.
Helps to be a lucky goon, sir.
You're organized. Where's your button at? Right here. Okay.
I can block that.
Nice problem to have. Yeah. They won't let us gamble here because we have licenses.
We should be back in action without too much of a delay.
I can't teach you how to play, but I can teach you how to luck out on somebody.
Yeah, right. Well, I've never seen two people eliminated as fast as that, back-to-back hands.
Yeah.
We just came back. Until another. Oh, this break.
All right. He's down.
Who's the animal now?
You told me all day yesterday, get away from my table.
We never get the same table like you.
There it is. Big old table. Me and him, 2 tables yesterday. Both all day long. It was 5 of us at the table in Tampa. 5 of us.
Yesterday?
Everything are. It's a dead button,
That's
which
your third warning.
officially, like earlier in a tournament, you put the dead button
Might be
there.
your fourth.
Because if another table were to break right now and that player came over before the cards were dealt and he was in the 1 seat, he would get to assume the button. He would be the button and he would be dealt in. So it's a dead button in the 1 seat. But here, you know, you're never going to have a player show up unless they want to give me a rack of chips and send me in. No one's going to show up. So we would just leave the button in front of Kong because it's the same difference.
Fossil man, Mr. Greg Raymer. And Greg, a couple of quick knockouts. I haven't seen one of those in a long time where we go back-to-back with the knockouts.
Well, you never know what's going to happen. You know, sometimes you get knocked out 2, 3, 4 players all at once. And then you might not have anyone knocked out for 2 or 3 hours.
All right, so we have
big, you know, anything can happen.
Action then will start here with the
you know, the tournaments I won last year on the HBT, the first one was in Albuquerque, and we started that final table 6-handed, and we knocked out 4 players, and we'd only dealt like 6 hands, 7 hands. I mean, it was like not even like one full orbit practically, and we've knocked out 4 players, and we're heads up. And the very first hand heads up, my opponent managed to double up. Otherwise, we would have been all done. And I was saying to them, like, what were you guys going to do if I had won that hand? And you didn't even have like 10 hands dealt, and you got to make 2 one-hour TV shows out of it. You'd have a hard time filling the space. I know. I mean, you can only do so much analysis about the hand where, you know, the 3 hands where no one got knocked out. So in any event, now we're in that great spot. If you are under the gun, you are also the button. So you are in like the best and worst position at the same time.
It's an all.
And there's an all-in here for James.
Raise and a quick fold.
So fold on the button from Kong, raise from Thomas Georgie, and then an all-in from James. And that all-in got it done, and Thomas folded. Still not 100% sure of our new chip counts, but it looks like it was something like 1.3 million for Thomas. He probably just lost 160 to 200,000 chips, though, so he's going to be a little over $1 million now. James is going to be 5.25, 5.5 million, and Kong has got like 3.25, 3.5 million. So we got a very clear spread here between first, second, and third place, and Thomas is in that tough spot. I mean, it's always great to be the chip leader. It makes things a lot easier, so to speak. Thomas doesn't want to just fold, because he's going to get blinded down into third. But he also doesn't want to take undue risk because he knows that James and Kong are both kind of playing to win and that they might, you know, get it all in against each other.
A couple of royalty cards. I couldn't make them out.
Kong gets a walk and he's not happy. He's got 2 paint. Couldn't tell if that was a pair or if that was king-queen or what it was exactly, but it was a good enough hand. There was a reasonable chance that if someone had raised, he was going to re-raise. You know, and then Kong's kind of in the same tough spot as Thomas. Again, Kong doesn't want to just sit there and fold waiting for Thomas to go out. You know, he certainly can do that. And that can make him a lot of money because third place is $43,000. It's another $21,000, though, if you move up to second. So Kong is going to hate, like, taking a big chance, running into a hand from James, getting eliminated in third, knowing that he could have folded his way maybe to second. But on the other hand, he doesn't want to give up the shot at the big money. It's $104,000 to the winner, so even $40,000 more than second. So, you know, you've kind of got to, again, balance all these conflicting concerns. You know, when should I take risk? When should I not? If you get dealt great starting hands and you hit flops and all that, it's easy. You know, but it's a lot harder, you know, when you're not hitting great hands. Because now you don't want to just fold, but you don't want to try to make something happen and just throw away your chips either. So raise on the button here by James, our chip leader. Looks like Kong just called. And Thomas Georgie is going to see a flop with him. So we're going to get the 3-way flop.
Non-believers.
All 3 players.
First time we have like a family.
Well, interesting. I mean, when he says non-believers, you know, and he's kind of smiling non-believers, that usually would say to me that he has a good hand, but not anything great. Like, you know, he has like an ace-jack. You know, he has a pair of 8s. He has a hand that's probably the best hand at the moment, but, you know, very, very vulnerable. Well, if it's a pair of 8s, it's not vulnerable anymore. But
over to Thomas now.
Kong checks. Now, Thomas is in a spot.
Kong checks.
An interesting spot. I'm not a big fan of him betting here. Bet. Like, if he's going to bet here and then ever fold, I hate this bet.
300,000.
And there's just such a good chance that it wouldn't work as a bluff.
Kong now.
I mean, this is not a flop that you expect to hit any of the players, really.
By Thomas.
And if he has an 8, why not check and let someone else bet for him? His stack is so short.
All in
If he doesn't have an 8, how is he going to call?
and we go back.
Kong has just put him all in, and I think that's a big part of Kong's raise. He just thinks there's no chance that Thomas would bet here with an 8. So you either put Thomas on a bluff, maybe you put him on a draw, like he's got 2 hearts, or maybe you put him on just a pair. You know, he's got pocket 6s, pocket deuces, maybe even an overpair like pocket 9s or 10s. But you don't put him on an 8 ever to lead out like that for part of his stack. And so I think Kong just figures this guy can't. He doesn't have a hand he can call with. He was taking a stab at it. Maybe he has a 5. He thinks he has the best hand. But now I can put this maximum pressure on him and get him to lay down. And if it works, Kong is going to pick up the pre-flop raise, the 2 calls, and this bet and the antes. So it's a huge pickup if it works. If it fails, obviously he's losing a lot of chips, very important chips to him. He's losing a third of his stack or more. But it's just the kind of situation where you figure this is going to work so often that it's the correct play, even if I am guaranteed 100% I'm going to lose every time that this move fails. But then, of course, he could just have the 8. And frequently, if Kong doesn't have an 8, he actually will have a draw. So he might have 2 hearts. He might have some kind of straight, like 7-9 for a gut shot straight draw. He usually, he won't be doing this with a hand that has no equity if it's called. But it doesn't have to be a hand with much equity. And that's why I said before anything else happened, I said when he made that bet, when Thomas made that bet, I said, if he's ever going to fold, I hate this bet. I think it's a horrible bet if you're ever going to fold. So if he was betting like a 5, if he was betting an ace high that he thought was the best hand, he played it really bad. He now turned what could still have been the best hand into a bluff. If what he really had there was a total bluff. He had 7 deuce somehow that he decided to see a flop with. Well, now it's like, okay, I've missed this flop. Let's take a stab with a hand that can never win if I check it down. Then it's not such a bad bet. But that's because he was always going to fold. He knew when he made the bet that he was going to fold. Here he was agonizing about it. He obviously might have thought he had the best hand.
And Jimmy's going to show nothing.
I didn't want to get in trouble.
You're allowed to show there.
Deuce 3.
Deuce 3 is what Jimmy says. Deuce 3.
No.
So I had a seminar here earlier a few days ago. We did like a half-day seminar here at Daytona Beach Kennel Club.
And James Larson and Greg Raymer.
The main theme of this was not turning good hands into bluffs.
Every day,
and as you can see, we've seen a few occasions where.
And Greg, you got a chance to come down and teach one of your seminars down here, and a lot of folks came out and hopefully got a few good tips from you.
It's like James can read my mind. I know he can't hear me because of the way this feed is set up, and here I am starting to talk about my seminar, and he mentions the seminar for me.
It's an all-in raise.
That was the main theme of the seminar: was not turning good hands into bluffs. So we got an all-in here from our short stack, Thomas Georgie. It sounds like he said 500 and something. So I mean, it's going to be 4.5, 450,000 more here to Kong. He's thinking it through, so he probably has a pretty weak hand, but he's trying to decide if he's priced into play anyways. He's calling 400 and some thousand, to try to win like 700,000. He's not getting 2-to-1 on the call. If he was getting 2-to-1, he'd probably call no matter what. So he probably has something pretty bad.
That is a fold by Kong. He shows 9-6 of hearts for a
9-6 of hearts. Okay, yep, that made sense. This is a hand he knows he's always behind, but he's like, am I getting the right price that I should call anyway? You hate to give up like 400,000 chips. You hate to give Thomas the full double up by calling there, but you also hate to pass on an opportunity, to knock him out and guarantee yourself second prize money.
My hand worked 2 ways good, and then again to
But I like the fact that Thomas shoved. He doesn't have enough chips to do anything less. Even now after winning the blinds there, if Thomas is going to play a hand, he needs to be shoving it in.
Start with James. He folds over to Kong.
Kong announces all in, which I think he would do with any 2 cards.
And a call has
Thomas
been made
calls.
by Thomas. So here we go, folks. Thomas, who is at risk. Freddie flips over.
So it
ace
looks
of
like Kong
diamonds,
did
Kong
raise
clubs.
with any
He's
two
in the lead as
cards.
He's going up against the 10 of clubs, 5 of hearts.
He's got 10-5 offsuit. So if he's shoving that, then he's shoving with anything. He just knows there's a good enough chance that Thomas is going to fold. It's a profitable shove. And here he is. He's called by a premium hand, ace-queen, and he's still going to win like 35% of the time. So he's still going to win over a third of the time here, even though he was called by a great hand and his hand's horrible.
Against the 10 of clubs, 5 of hearts. May I please see?
Certainly, I know when I have ace-queen here, I always feel like, oh my gosh, my opponent is certainly going to hit the 10 or the 5 on me.
Flop comes
But
7 of hearts.
now that 10 or a 5 is not enough.
Tray of spades.
Pair of queens means that Kong is going to have to hit twice. He's going to have to hit a good card on the turn and on the river in order to come from behind here and knock out Thomas.
Let's go ahead and see the turn card. Turn card is a jack.
That leaves him drawn dead, so it's going to be a double up for Thomas Georgie.
So we're drawing dead here, but we will go ahead and see the
So
river
Thomas
card,
is
please,
back up
Taylor.
to a little over $1 million.
And that river card is another queen, the queen of hearts. The winning hand for Thomas is 3 queens. 3 queens, ladies and gentlemen.
That's 6.
Oh, wait, more.
Looks like 695.
Oh, almost 700,000 there. He's going to be back better than he was when we started three-handed play. He's going to be at like $1.5 million.
6 and 95,000.
So, but I still like Kong's play here. He definitely did the right thing. I mean, ace-queen, he's never getting that hand to fold. But it could be that, you know, we don't know for sure where Thomas would draw the line, but Thomas might have been folding 70 or 80% of his hands. So if Kong is getting him to fold 80% of the time, well, that means 80% of the time Kong is going to win the 150,000 chips, you know, that are out there before the cards are dealt. When he gets called, the 20% of the time, Kong was risking 700, but the pot is going to be their 700, you know, plus James's big blind, plus the antes. There's going to be over $1.5 million in the pot, and Kong is probably winning on average more than a third of the money. So Kong is risking 700,000, and he's on average going to win back about 500,000 of that $1.5 million plus pot. So he's only losing about 200,000 chips when he gets called, on average. I mean, obviously he's either losing the whole 700 or he's winning. But his average loss is going to be 200 when he gets called. His average win when his opponent folds is 150. So if he's getting him to fold even 2/3 of the time, that's like twice he wins 150, once he loses 200, he's still coming out ahead. So as you can see, his opponent, you know, has to be willing to play back at him with just the right frequency. And even then, Kong is still going to come out just fine. So it's, again, the power of aggression, the power of being the first guy to get the chips all in. If you're the one going all in, and it's enough chips that your opponent might fold,
yes, very good,
then it really can't be a bad play. It might be a mistake. You know, there'll be times I'll tell someone they should not have shoved. But I'll never tell anyone that they made a horrible play if they shoved all in for enough chips that everyone else might fold.
Action will start with Kong.
Kong on the button. Looks like he's putting together a raise.
That is a raise.
Raise 275.
To 275. 175, Matu.
175,000.
It's a
Thomas says I'm all in.
Now by Thomas. And now we go back to Kong.
Oh, Kong laughing and stuff. Pretty lighthearted about it. Obviously, he's got a bad hand going to fold.
Folds. The winner is Thomas.
Way better than the 10-5 offsuit.
He claims it was way better than 10-5 off, but of course it doesn't have to be very good to be way better than that hand. I mean, in many ways, one of the worst possible starting hands in No Limit. You know, kind of a middle-ish card and a small card that are not the same suit. I always say Jack 5 is like the worst starting hand. I mean, obviously, if you're all in, Jack 5 isn't the worst. You know, a hand like Deuce 3 or Deuce 7 offsuit is the worst. But, you know, when you consider playability, you know, if there's going to be post-flop action, I'd much rather have Deuce 7 or Deuce 3 than Jack 5 or 10-5 or something like that. Not that I'm looking to play any of those hands.
It's a raise. What was the total? 150? 190 was the raise. And a
190
fold.
from Thomas, and
Thomas
everyone
wins.
quickly folds. It's one of the nicest things, actually. If you're watching a final table like this, when you get down to the heads-up, three-handed play, and all the players, you know, have a clue, you know, they know what they're doing. They don't sit there and tank, you know, for 2 minutes on every decision. You know, they know what the correct play is, and they just do it. It makes it a lot more enjoyable to watch because you're not spending all that time tanking.
Oh, yeah, you're floored. Just back 'em up.
Yep. Dealer started with, gave the first card to James on the button instead of Kong on the small blind. No big deal, though. No one had even touched their card, so it's still obvious that everyone's got the right cards now and that no one got a chance to peek at his opponent's cards.
That's a raise.
We got a raise. 200,000.
200,000 is the raise by James.
So 2.5 times the big blind. Probably doesn't need to make it 200. If he does like everyone else, like 170, 175.
And Thomas folds as well.
He's probably getting Thomas to fold just as often. And if Thomas is going to raise there, he's going to go all in. So on those occasions that James would have folded, you know, he could have saved like that extra 20,000 chips. What you're thinking here, I mean, he's got 5 million chips, so it's 20,000. But, you know, that's what the poker game is made up. It's made up of all those little wins and little losses and, you know, saving a chip here and winning an extra chip there. And, you know, at the end of the year, it's those little bits here and there that add up to a big portion of your profit.
All right. That was
The raise to 175.
it's a raise to
175 from Kong on the button.
175.
I mentioned I love the pace. They're keeping along. No undue delays.
Thomas folds.
I mean, here that's like almost like
And
tanking
Jimmy
for these guys
Oh, I
that
can see it was a 10. Flipped
Thomas,
over. That's a lot. 10-5.
you know, like
Both
delayed there for 2 seconds before he threw his cards away. Much more fun when you're in the game or watching the game to have players that are moving things along at a nice pace. It's really no fun to stare at someone who's thinking for 2 minutes straight. And to be honest, if you're you know the best player at the table, I think it's better for you to keep things moving along. You know, you want your opponent, you know, if you're the better player, you want your opponent to be just doing his at first immediate, you know, kind of standard play. You know, the one he makes without thinking it through. Because then it's going to be a little more straightforward,
Thomas
a little
folds.
less tricky.
Over to James. James folds.
Walk for Kong there in the big blind.
The winner of
And
the walk
so, in other words, the fact that you make better
is
decisions than your
Kong.
opponents, you know, means you don't want them to take time and think it through because they might start making better decisions. So, if you're the best player, you don't want to sit there and spend forever thinking and thinking and thinking about every decision. The reason to slow it down would be if you are willing to acknowledge that, you know, you're the least
you're
skilled
keeping track at
player.
home,
You know,
this
you're
is hand
the
number
guy who
100
needs
down
to
here.
get lucky, so to
100.
speak, to outplay these people.
Oh, yeah.
Now you want to like play fewer hands per hour. You want the blinds to get higher, and you want most of your action to be pre-flop rather than after the flop. You know, the
It's a
fewer
raise by
decisions
Jimmy
per
to
hand, the
200.
better off for you.
James raises to 200. I got a
Because
fold
if your
by
opponent is
Kong.
better than you, that's why. It's because they make better decisions. So the fewer decisions per hand before all in is reached, the less of an advantage the better player has.
So the winner of the hand.
So that's why, you know, you'll see good players who are talking about playing small ball poker. You don't see bad players talking about playing small ball unless they're just parroting what they heard from a good player.
30 minutes to go in the level as we approach hand number 101.
Wow, 101. It doesn't feel like we've played 101 hands. Which I guess shows you that we haven't
I'd like to
had,
ask Greg
you know,
Raymer if you're
people
listening to Greg,
tanking.
playing at this final table. What's it like underneath the lights? You got the crowd, you got the announcers, you got the cameras. Some of these guys, I mean, you could get nervous under a situation like this.
Oh, you absolutely can, James, and that's like a big part of my advantage now. Since I've been on TV tables so many times, you know, I'm not going to get nervous. It's not going to throw me off my game.
By the 9
But
seat of
my opponent might be someone who's a
Kong, and
novice at that
everybody folds.
experience, and it will lead them to being emotional and making bad decisions. So it's always an advantage to me to be on the TV table, whether it's the final table or otherwise. And, you know, the fact that you can get nervous, you just have to acknowledge that fact. You just have to say to yourself before things start, it's like, I might get nervous. What am I going to do about it? You know, so if this was my first time, that's what I'm going to be saying to myself, like that night before and that morning before we start playing is, what are the things that might happen? How might I react? What am I going to do to take advantage, of the situation?
By Thomas and
I shouldn't say take advantage, but to minimize the impact of that on me. All in under the gun from Thomas, also on the button, and everyone
Hope to see you
quickly
guys all again
folds.
on the road with us. We've got gigs coming up in Oklahoma.
Now, obviously,
Indiana,
Thomas has opened up
Iowa,
his game a little bit.
and at the end of the year,
He's
we're
not
going
waiting
to
for just
Strasbourg,
premium
Las
hands,
Vegas,
so that's
big event out
excellent.
there.
And that
All
was
the
like one of our
information at the
questions:
website,
is how is Thomas going to
hptpoker.com.
play differently, if at
I think
all,
Tom Nero is going to come see
as
us
we
out
become
in
shorthanded?
Las Vegas for a couple of
And
days. So
it's
it'll be
not that
fun.
he's playing
Again, all
overly
the info at
loose. No
hptpoker.com.
evidence of that
Who knows,
yet.
maybe he'll be sitting here at
But
this
he's
final
opened up
table
his game. He's
playing for
willing
the
to
Unreal
take
Cash.
chances with less than
It's a raise
premium
to
hands.
200 by James, a fold by Kong. And now over to Thomas. He
And
folds.
Thomas
James
folds. James is raise and take it.
3-4.
He's zipping along here quickly.
Thomas is he had.
That's why these edited TV shows are usually a lot more exciting than watching live feeds and stuff, because you don't see all these hands on TV. They don't really show raise and take it. If you're ever watching a poker show, and they're showing someone raise and take it, well, they must have done something like not many hands got dealt before the tournament was over, and so they had to show this, relatively inconsequential hand. Maybe that's the only pot that, the player in that seat won, and so they're like, well, we'll show this guy winning one hand before he gets knocked out. Excuse me there. Allergies still causing some issues.
So raise to 180 by Thomas.
Thomas raises to 180
by
from
James.
the small blind. James calls from the big, and we've seen this before. He's willing to defend his big blind with both good and medium cards.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's go ahead and see the flop, sir.
Well,
Two
we've seen
black
this kind of
eights
flop
and a
before.
five
8-5-8,
of
different
clubs.
suits.
It's a bet of
We
200
have the C bet.
by Thomas. Call has been made by James.
James quickly
200
calls.
and a call.
So again, this could be anything here. James could have an 8 and
card,
he's slow
please.
playing. He could have a club draw, a straight draw. He could be floating with
4
nothing.
diamonds. Hold
Now-
on, Tom.
I'm not unhappy with this bet, but if Thomas is going to fold here when he gets put all in, then that's a
400K
really
is the
bad
by
bet.
Thomas.
He cannot make that bet if he's going to fold,
400,000 chips.
because there is just too good of a chance that James is going to put them all in. Well, at this point, either
And a call,
James
ladies and
has a
gentlemen.
marginal hand that he thinks might be best, and he's calling down with it,
River
or
card,
he's
please.
trapping with a big hand. It's going to give Thomas a chance to hang
Queen
himself.
of hearts. Over to Tom.
Like, I could see Thomas, like, shoving in here.
It's an all-in bet. And a
All in
call.
and a call. It must be an
7
8.
of hearts, 6 of diamonds is showed for James. For
Oh, no,
a
he had the straight draw
to
that he
the
made
8.
on the
His
turn.
opponent chose king of hearts.
So he called once with a
8 of
draw,
diamonds.
called
He
the
has
second time to
3
trap.
eights.
Nice playing, Kong. Give it up for Thomas, everybody.
I didn't get to see what Thomas Georgie had.
Where you're at. Lauren, come over and start counting chips. I'm going to do an interview with you on camera.
So Queen,
Okay, sure.
We'll be back, right?
nope.
Wow, what a hand.
Yeah, pretty simple.
And if you're just watching, it's trip 8s against a straight.
Oh, trip
You are
8s.
seeing it here at this final
Wow.
table. The winner of the hand is James.
That's just that's just a cold deck for James. I mean, raising there, flopping trips. The flush card doesn't come. Instead, the straight card comes. He's just really not supposed to get away from it. It could be that he'd have been better off like check calling to induce a bluff, because by shoving the river, he's giving him no chance of winning extra chips if James is missed. So if James has something like a busted flush draw, he's never going to call. But if you check to him, he might decide he can steal it from you and try to bluff you off the pot. So we could debate whether he was better off shoving the trip 8s or check inducing a bluff with the trip 8s. But he certainly was not supposed to be trying to get away from the hand. He's not checking the river ever, so he can fold. he would be checking the river to induce a bluff if he did it at all.
200 or 2 million. Wait.
Thank you, Maria and Fred. I'm now joined with Thomas, who just finished in third place. Pretty big hand there, 3/8, but you ran it right into that straight.
Yeah, it does happen. I mean, but I was very fortunate on several hands. I beat kings with my pocket jacks. I beat kings again with an ace-5 off. So, I mean, pretty good run on a lot of hands where I could have been out a lot earlier in the tournament. So a very fortunate run overall, despite that last hand where I took a little bit of a beat.
Yeah, you were really on life support for so long there, and then you had a couple double-ups, and it looks like you were coming back. But, you know, good news here is you're going out in third and just over $43,000. What are your plans for the money?
Pretty good little consolation prize. I'm sure I'll probably find some good use for it. Like that trip I was talking about for my wife and I on our anniversary. We're really going to enjoy ourselves, and that 43 will help just a little bit more.
All right, well, thanks so much for playing, and we hope to see you at another HPT event. Maria and Fred, we'll send it back over to you.
Give a round of applause, folks. He played great.
Okay, guys.
Let's do a 10-minute break. 5:15, we're coming back. 5:15, we come back. 5:15.
You can start counting.
Web hit, Full bay. We'll do a quick Weber.
5:15 or 6:15?
We don't have to.
Okay. Can I? All right, with that elimination, we are now down to our final two players, and things are moving pretty quick here at this HPT final table, coming to you from the Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room. Two players left. Will your champion be James, or will it be Hong? Don't go too far. $104,000 in the title up for grabs. We'll be back in 10 minutes. You're watching the HPT. Teacher Thomas is here. Give him a round of applause. Got to drive to all these places, and to get here, he came all the way from Fresno, California. Fresno, California, via this truck. It's a lot of cigarettes and a lot of root beer. He took them all week, but he got here. So give him a round of applause for just being the... You know, the only problem is when he gets here, he's kind of worthless for setup and strike, but we still love the guy. Are you supposed to be on camera? Or are you all right? All right, I got 6,705,000 over here, 3,195,000 over here. That's what I'm told for James, even though he wrote down Joe. I got 3,195,000. Yeah, right, exactly.
Oh, you can get those washed up. You got that I mentioned. Yeah.
Me.
And welcome back to HPT Poker. It's James Larson here. We are finally heads up. To my right, I've got James. He's got 6,700,000 roughly here in chips. Over to my left, I've got Kong. He's got just over 3.5 million. It's really anybody's game, Greg Raymer. You've seen this before. It's heads up. We got two great players. I'm going to send it over to you, and we're going to go ahead and get the cards in the air. Give him a round of applause, folks.
Thank you, James. So as you can see, James Calderero is our chip leader right now. He's got basically a 2-to-1 chip lead on Kong Pham. And we have two good players here, possibly the two best players in terms of skill level that started this final table. So, I mean, if they weren't 1 and 2 in skill level, they were, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, something like that. They were definitely,
one player goes home with the cash
amongst the best of a very tough final table. And both of them have experience. Both of them have won big money in tournaments before. They both know what they're doing.
It's a raise to 240. It's a raise to 240.
Lines are still 40-80 with a 10 ante. James raises to 240. Kong folds. Kong says he's a tight player, which gets a chuckle even out of himself.
25.
So it looks like James is going for the 3X. Now, it's really common. A lot of good players like to do the min raise on the button, and that's certainly my preference. I feel like my opponent is probably going to fold whatever percentage of hands. Some people feel like they just never want to fold heads up. And some people are still willing, when they're the big blind, to fold whatever, 10, 20, 30% of their hands. But, for example, if I have an opponent here who will fold 20% of the time I raise his big blind, he'll fold for the min raise almost as often as he will fold for something more.
Raise to 160
so again,
by Kong.
Why raise more if 160 here will get the job done? So if James is going to fold 30% of the time for 240 and 28% of the time for 160, you might as well go for the 160. Of course, we know James doesn't like folding his big blind, so we expect him to call pretty often.
Flop is the 8 of diamonds, 4 of clubs, king of hearts. I have a check.
Check from James. And you expect James to check every time here. You expect Kong to bet every time. And my normal C-bet here is, again, 160. So, again, I just bet 160 because, like, let's say my opponent had a pretty good hand. He had Jack-10. He had Queen-Jack.
175 is the bet in the fold, Freddie.
What's he going to do on this flop of 4-8 king? I mean, he might even have something like Ace-Deuce or whatever. It's like, does he want to just call here and then maybe have to call again and again with Ace-High? King high, or not king high because there's a king on the flop, but, queen high or jack high or whatever. I mean, in other words, he's probably folding almost as often for a continuation bet of 160 as he is if I bet 200 or 240 or something else. So my pattern is pretty straightforward when I'm heads up. I do the min raise if I'm going to play my hand on the button.
We'll start with James.
If my opponent just calls, I will C-bet for that same amount, that same 160 when I bet the flop. If he calls the flop and I'm going to bet the turn, I bet 320. If I check the turn and he checks the river and I'm going to bet the river, I bet 320. So I just do that,
dollar slices of pizza?
2x, 2x, 4x, 8x.
Back to the old basics tomorrow.
And that way, you know, the sizing of
Yeah, a
my
lot of
bets
promos.
doesn't
That's the fun
say
thing
anything
about
about
coming
my
out here.
hand. You can't
always
tell
good
by
to
my
visit
bet
the Daytona
size if
Beach
I'm
Kennel Club
bluffing,
and Poker Room.
value
Yeah,
betting,
yeah.
or anything in between.
Yeah.
And I'm picking the smallest possible number that gets the
Cornhole,
job
yeah.
done.
All right, Freddie. It's a fold. Misdeal is what it is. Misdeal by Matu. I spell my name with a Y and a Z, so I'm not going to give you a hard time for spelling your name. M-A-T-H-E-W.
Yep. This is not a situation that you see a lot in terms, like if you're the dealer, you're used to giving the first card to the small blind and then the big blind and on around the table.
Raised to 160.
But here, when you're heads up, you always have the small blind on the button.
Kong.
The big blind is the other player, but you still
Re-raise
deal
now
the
to
last
400
card
by
to the
James.
button.
We re-raise it to 400, ladies and
All
gentlemen.
right, we raised to 400, and that's a good number. I mean, I like that. It's 2.5 times the bet he's facing. So here, if you just re-raise the minimum, like if you made it 240 as the minimum re-raise, that's not enough. You can't get him to ever fold. So you need to figure out what's the smallest amount that will get him to fold some of his hands. You know, and again, if whatever he folds for 400,000, he was probably not folding much more if you'd made it 500 instead. So a lot of my strategy is just what's the smallest number that will get the job done. And then I'm consistently trying to bet those numbers every single time. It has nothing to do with my cards. The amount is based on what's in the pot or the size of the blinds and nothing else. The only time I start doing anything different is if my normal amount is like 1/3 of the effective stack, in which case I then just go all in instead. He was thinking of re-raising, but
by Kong. Kong folds.
yeah, that's the interesting thing, too. I mean, it's like there are certainly many, many hands that Kong could have been holding just now, where some players would easily fold, some players would easily call, and other players would, like, almost always 4-bet. You know, it's just an interesting spot, you know, to be in. It's like, let's say he has, like, a really weak ace. You know, he's got ace-5 offsuit. It's like, well, I have an ace. It could be the best hand. James doesn't have to have better than ace-high to re-raise me here because he knows I'm opening on the button with almost any 2 cards. Maybe I should just 4-bet and get him to fold. Because if I call, you know, I don't know if he hit the flop. You know, he could have king-7, he could have jack-9. If I don't hit an ace on the flop with my ace-5 when I just call,
all right, so
I'll really have no idea if James hit or not. So I don't like calling. But I don't want to fold to his re-raise with ace-high because it could be the best hand. But I also don't like 4-betting because then like he could shove and now what do I do?
2 red threes and the ace
so
of clubs.
You're in a spot where all 3 choices seem at least a little bit wrong.
By Hong. And the bet
so we have the unusual play here though. James limped on the button.
By James.
It's a play Phil Hellmuth likes to do a lot. I'm not a fan of it. I'd rather min-raise so that my opponent can get rid of those hands like 7-deuce and 8-3 that he will fold even to the min-raise. Don't want him to see a free flop here with 8-3 and like now he makes trips. You know, and I just have no way of putting him on it, so to speak. So this flop of 3-3 ace.
James is going to fold. He shows king of hearts, deuce of clubs. He showed Hung wins. He's going to show the 10 of diamonds. That's it for Matu. Give him a big round of applause, everybody. Matu. Yeah. Bringing in Carson Daly after dark.
So not a big fan of open limping the button here. You know, certainly I've heard some arguments for at least limping a little bit occasionally, but I'm more of a fan of just raise or fold here, heads up on the button.
Final 2 players here. They're playing great.
If you're seeing me in a heads-up match, if you're playing me in a heads-up match.
We started with 9, we got her down to 2, and now we got a brand
how
new
often
dealer.
I'm raising depends upon my opponent and how frequently they're playing
the
back at me. You know, how often are they folding? How often are they calling? How often are they raising?
Kong.
But I am
either
going to min-raise or fold.
That's a call.
Well, it looks like we got a min-raise again from Kong on the button, and so far he's done that every single hand where he's been on the button, which is, again, a very common
all our Italian
method for a lot of very good players. That's their style.
And the Cazone is the king of hearts, 7 of
Called by
spades, queen
James.
of clubs. We start with James.
Who seems more intent on stacking his chips than on playing
Let's
his
go ahead
hand,
and see the
and
turn
he
card.
checks. Check behind.
Turn card is the deuce of hearts. I have a check from
Again,
James.
the disinterested check from James. Now this is where Kong, you know, since he checked the flop,
That's a bet of
yeah, he should only be betting with
Sorry,
like
bet
total
110
bluffs where it's like, I don't think I can win
by
if we check it
Kong
down.
and a full by
Or where I
James.
have what am almost sure
Kong
is the
wins
best
big.
hand, even when I get called. Hard to tell which one he has there. Probably the bluff, just because it's a lot more easy to have a bluff there than it is to have a real hand.
Okay, the action will start with James.
I want to know if James likes the Irish Moss
James
peanut
makes
soda
the
that
call.
I
We have
got
an
for him
option
from the
now.
Jamaican restaurant.
The option is checked.
Had Jamaican food
Let's
at a
go ahead and
local
see the
restaurant
top.
last night, and they had all these cool soft drinks like peanut and watermelon and stuff
Five,
like that.
ace,
And I
four.
bought a bunch to give to the
Both
HPT
players
crew.
check. Turn card, please.
Got to figure out who got the peanut drink and
Ten of
what
hearts.
did they think of the peanut flavored soda.
I have a check from Kong, and now a bet of 100,000 from James.
Oh, and a check raise being put together there.
That's a raise, ladies and gentlemen. Go up to 250. Raise to 250 by
James bets 100. Kong check raises to 250. James
And
looks like he's
fold.
Bach fold.
and a fold.
Kong they both seem very comfortable actually. I would say Kong feels comfortable. Looks like he feels comfortable heads up, but so does James. Right now, it looks like James is getting like ground down a little bit. I would guess that it's about closer to 6 million to 4 million right now in the chip count, something like that. We started here with like 6.7 to 3.3 million, give or take, with James being the chip leader. And at this point, I would guess that James has been ground down a few 100,000. So he's down at maybe between 6 and 6.3 million.
It's a raise by
160
Kong
by
to
Kong.
160. Jim folds.
And boom, there you go. I mean, that's all it takes. I mean, if I'm sitting there with 7 deuce in the big blind, I'm almost certainly going to just give it up. It's like, why do I want to play that hand? You know, I certainly don't want to call. I'm not going to try to flop a pair when the best I can do is flop a 7 or a deuce. It's almost never going to be top pair. It's going to be second pair, bottom pair. So I don't want to call with those hands, but I certainly don't want to like re-raise with them. It's like now, it's like if I'm going to do that, if you don't fold immediately, then now I have to c-bet the flop, and now all of a sudden I'm investing, you know,
All right, we start with James.
10, 12 blinds with 7 high, which doesn't seem like a good play. So I can give up my bottom 10, bottom 20%,
To raise to
maybe even
180
bottom 30%,
by James. 180.
you know, and then just defend with the others.
Call
And
has
I
been
can
made
call
by
with
Kong.
some of them that play well after the flop. You know, I can call with a 7-6.
180, and
Now
a
I can
call.
try to hit a big flop, you know, and I can then re-raise with some of those weak hands that I want to play, and I can re-raise with the best
Go ahead and
hands
see the
that I'm
flop,
going to
please.
play.
7, tray, 4, all spades. Merch. When we start with Kong.
Kong leading on this flop, doing the weak lead.
That's a bet. Looks like
Quickly
130,
works.
and James folds. Kong wins.
So I didn't miss. I missed the play there. I wasn't paying attention. I apologize. So if James limped the button, then that's. I really wouldn't call that a weak lead. If James raised pre-flop and Kong called, then we would refer to that as the weak lead because he's betting into the pre-flop aggressor.
I got it.
The crew is going crazy here. You don't get to see or hear that at home, which is good for you. But they're doing all kinds of
All right, ladies
silly
and gentlemen.
locker room stuff.
Action is on Kong. He's going to raise to 160, ladies and gents.
160,
Oh,
yes.
now
We
to
now
James.
expect pretty much every time, if not every time. James looks and looked again. Usually that's a sign of a marginal hand.
And the call has been
Looked
made.
at his cards and then looked back. Looking
By
again.
James.
He could just be like memorizing his suits, like, oh, I wasn't sure now. Was that the Jack of Clubs, you know,
Let's go
9 of
and see the
Diamonds,
flop
or was it
cards.
Jack of Diamonds, 9 of Clubs? Could be just confirming his recollection, but
Four,
it's often a
deuce,
mediocre
tray,
hand when they're
flop.
looking
I
again
have
and
a
again.
check, and I have a check. Let's go ahead and see.
Check, check.
The turn
Surprise
card,
Kong
please.
doesn't see bet there.
Turn card is the ace of spades. I have James checking, and then after that, I have Kong checking.
Kong checking so fast like they can't even cut back to him with the camera.
Well, let's go ahead and see the
So
river
Kong
card
has to have
question.
something he thinks can win in a showdown here.
River
He'd be
card is the
bluffing with
queen of
it.
diamonds. I have a check and a check. James flips over queen 4 for queens and fours. King Dewey for Kong. And
All
he
right,
has
so Kong
just
flopped
deuces, so
bottom
winning
pair
hand,
with the
queens
deuce.
and
You know,
fours, the queen of
he
clubs
decided
for a
he's
spade in the
going to
hole
play
for
small ball here. He's going to
James
either
Owen.
induce a bluff, you know.
Yeah.
And as it turns out, you know, James wished he had bet, you know, just his pair of fours even on the turn. Because he bets the pair of fours, he's not going to get raised, it turns out. In hindsight, he's going to only get a call. I mean, he doesn't know that at the time, so I'm not saying he should have bet. But in hindsight, he wishes he had bet, because that's exactly what Kong was doing when he checked behind on the flop, was he's trying to induce a bluff. He figures he's going to make more money inducing a bluff than he is by betting out with bottom pair. Now, by the time the river came, he might not have gotten a call. So if James had bet the river, he might not have gotten a call from Kong.
It's a raise to
But Kong also had too good of a hand to
180,000
bet it, because he doesn't want
by
to turn
James.
a pair into a bluff.
Kong folds.
You know, if you're Kong that last hand on the river, if you bet your pair of twos on the river, you might get check raised by like jack high or 10 high or something and have to fold. So why bet a hand where you're not going to really get called by worse, but you're not going to really get better to fold? You might get bluffed by worse on occasion. The only reason I don't agree with him checking the flop is that if he just bets the flop every
All right,
time
we'll
James
start
missed,
with
he can get James to fold.
Kong raises
And when
to
James misses, he always has
160.
overcards, so he could have denied him the free cards.
Over to James.
160 and a call.
James makes the call.
So you notice here that Kong is always min raising his button. James has been raising his
All right,
buttons.
let's
He's
go ahead
been
and see the
folding his
flop,
buttons.
please.
He's been calling some of his buttons. When you look at the average number
Flop
of chips
is
in the
9,
pot,
Jack,
the
5.
pots are
all
bigger on
diamonds.
average when Kong is the
Jim
button,
checks.
when Kong has position. So now here comes the C bet. 180.
Looks like a bet of 180.
And a quick
And
fold.
before we can get to the Figa, a fold.
And if you want to
We have somebody
disagree
from
with
our
me
marketing department
and you
here. Maria,
want
would you
to
please stand
say
up?
that you shouldn't
Give it up
always
for
see
Maria,
bet
ladies and
there.
gentlemen. Big round of applause. She works in marketing here. She told me she doesn't know much about Hold'em, but she thought they should get a Go Fish table going. True story. I'm not sure what that meant, but she said she'd dominate the Go Fish table. Tom, what would you charge a rake on the Go Fish table?
Half a shark.
Speaking of sharkies,
Half
what?
a shark. Half a
Better
shark
than
and
that.
rake. That
All
sounds
right,
a little
button has
high, but maybe
moved.
that's low. I'm not sure. So the main reason you might disagree with
We
my
start
strategy
with
of always c
Jimmy.
betting if I'm the pre-flop aggressor is that you can't make some of those other plays.
It's a raise
It's like,
to
in other words, if
180
you're always
by
going to bet
James
every
and a
flop no
call.
matter what, you'll have some more dangerous situations popping up.
All right. The bet was 180. All right, let's go ahead and see the flop.
James makes it 180. Kong calls. Everyone seems to be smiling, having a good time.
Flop is 7
A lot less tension
ace.
now, heads
we,
up.
We start with a check from
Not that they're only playing for another
Tom, and then a
40,000.
180 bet from James.
James says 180. Kong, sitting there like with his hands, that's a huge tell. But, the thing is about the tells is you need to play with the opponent long enough to know what means what. And so, even here for this whole final table, I'm not sure what exactly that means when he's kind of got his fingers
It's a raise, ladies and gents.
in a cross like that.
We're going to go up to 350, Fred, and then a fold. 350 and then a fold.
360. 360. Half or more. 360.
That's right, he fold. Yeah, he fold.
You get a penalty?
Yeah, that's where if I'm James, I would love to have seen that hand because it's like, I would love to see the cards that Kong was holding there because of the fact that he was like,
How you
he
like
had his
dealing here,
fingers
guys?
interlocked, but he's
Yeah, he
like
loves to
ringing
do it.
them.
The staff really takes good care of their dealers, and the dealers
Probably a
enjoy
big
it here.
sign of something.
It's a great
Either
place
really
to
weak
work.
or
It really
really
is
strong.
truly a great place to work. The Daytona
But
Beach Kennel
there are
Club
some
and
tells-
Poker Room. They are hiring right now. You can check out their webpage. Just Google Daytona Beach Kennel Club.
Or you go to
They need an
DaytonaGreyhound.com.
announcer. We raise it to 160. The raise
160 by
is
Kong.
by Kong to 160.
So I'm
and I
starting
have
to
a
say,
call
when it comes
by
to live
James.
tells, some of them are like always the
160
same.
raise.
There's certain tells where
by
if you see this
Kong
mannerism, it
and a call.
almost always means
Let's go ahead and see the
exactly the
flop.
same thing in everybody. But a lot of tells, it could mean one thing in
Trey,
one guy
9,
and
10,
completely opposite
both
in
players
another
checking
player.
that 3,
So,
9, 10
You know, in that
flop.
case, you
Let's
need to
go
like
ahead
see
and
that guy exhibit the
turn
tell
card.
where you get to see his cards.
Turn card is the ace
Then you
of
have
hearts.
some knowledge as to what that
James
tell
checks,
means.
and now a check from Kong.
So based on
Go ahead
past
and see
history,
the
we
river
expect
card,
Kong to have a
please.
3 here that he's decided
And
he's
that
going to
river
check down
card
and
is
induce
the
a bluff.
6 of clovers. A check by both players.
So 3 by Kong. pair of
Queen
threes.
2 is shown for
Queen
Kong.
2.
And the queen will play, and he will win as the card.
Surprised Kong didn't
James is
c-bet
going
that with
to the
just
no.
Queen High. It's like he's giving free cards in case he's ahead, and he's giving him no chance to fold, you know, like a King High type hand or something like that.
Watch me start clapping here pretty soon.
I know
That
these
play
are
would have
the
actually been
pieces
less
hanging around.
unexpected if he'd had Queen
All right, the
3
button
for a
has
pair of
moved.
threes.
It's on James.
So James Calderera's first. I think he needs to be a little bit more like
To
Kong here.
raise to 180.
I think he needs to,
by
like, you know,
James.
180's fine, 160, 180, you know, not a big difference. But just, like, come in here, pop it like this every single time. You know, make
And the call
Kong
is
pay if he
made.
wants to see a flop with, you know, Queen Deuce or any other junky hand.
Yeah, it was 180, Fred. 180. Alrighty, let's go ahead and see the flop, please. 4 of spades, 5 of diamonds, deuce
You
of
know,
clubs.
this wasn't
both
heads
players
up.
check.
If
Let's
this
go
was
ahead
like
and see the
two
turn
guys,
card.
you know, out of a 10-handed table, you would
Turn
assume the
card's
2, 4,
the 8 of
5 didn't
hearts.
help
I have
anyone.
a check by
But
Kong.
there's really no flop you
And
can
I have
just
a check
assume
by
didn't hit your
James.
opponent heads up.
Let's go ahead and see the river, please.
Well, they're checking it down again. So I guess
River.
everyone's going to be very
Number 5
cautious
is on the
here.
club. We both check. Queen high
Another Queen
is what
High.
Kong says. He'll win with his queen high. This time
Queen
he had
high and a
little
straight
higher.
draw, so he
Second
probably
card
wasn't
instead of
folding
the
that one
2,
too easily.
He had the 3. Some great poker here. Some great poker action, Dom, at Daytona Beach.
But so you'll notice there, Queen 3 offsuit, he's calling the raise.
Hey, we might bring that goldfish idea
You know,
back.
and some players might be sitting at home going like, what kind of fish calls a raise with Queen 3? But your head's up. You know, you can't be folding very many hands. If you're folding even 20%
They do
of your
play
hands,
cornhole here. We'll talk about that.
you
in
know,
our next
you're
break.
either
That's a
wrong
big
or you're
game in
barely
Florida.
correct
All right.
to fold that many. So obviously that means top 80% or better, top 90% of all hands, and any Queen
raise to
High is
160
well within that top 80,
By
90% of all
Kong, raised to
starting hands.
160.
Call by James.
And the call has been made by James.
So 160 each.
Alrighty. You got that, Fred? The raise and the call. Let's go ahead and see the flop, please, Cars.
James first to act. Peeking at his
2
cards,
nines and the
peeking
4
at the
of
flop.
clubs, 9 of diamonds, 9 of spades, 4 of
994
clubs.
shouldn't
James
change
checks.
anything.
We have a check from Kong. Let's go ahead and see the turn card.
No one seems to want to be doing a lot of bluffing
Jack
here.
of diamonds over to James. A check by both players as the Jack of diamonds hits the turn card. Now let's go ahead and see the river. River's the ace of clubs. I have a check.
King high.
James or Kong says king high. Guess what? It's good. The dead nuts. The king of clubs, 7 of spades. Kong wins.
That's why you need to see bet the flop. You can
Real
get him
quick,
to
I
fold
do
the
have
king
to
high.
say I brought up cornhole, and my producer reminded me. He said, "Let's keep this family friendly." But honestly, here in Florida, that's the beanbag game. They call it cornhole, and Dom does a $2,000 guarantee once a month. They do a tournament down here, right?
Every 7 years.
Oh, how long is it?
Once every year.
Okay. So
Every Wednesday it's 100.
I just didn't want you guys to think I was later in the hours here just kind of going nuts. They play the game called cornhole. And I'm hoping to come down for the next tournament they do as a special guest. Jim folds.
Button
Hand
fold.
over.
Nothing wrong with that. If you have a really bad hand, folding your button, just give it up.
All right, I'll try not to anymore.
But you notice here we got, most of the time we're getting a raise. I mean, Kong raising every time on his button, it appears. I haven't noticed him not do it. James raising a lot of his buttons, so, clear majority of his buttons, he's coming in for a raise. But we haven't seen a single 3-bet yet. No one has come back and 3-bet his opponent. And certainly, if I'm coaching one of these guys, I would start advising that.
Kong goes to 160, ladies and gentlemen.
It's kind of like,
Over
hey,
to
my
James.
opponent, isn't 3-betting me. You should 3-bet some of his raises. Put
That is
the
a
heat
call.
back on him. Get it so he
Call is
doesn't
made
start,
by
like,
James.
especially James should be 3-betting, some of these raises from
All right,
Kong.
Carson,
Since
go ahead
Kong
and
is
see the flop,
doing it
please.
every single time, if you 3-bet, he's going to have to fold a lot of those hands.
10, tray, 4. Both players checking the 10, tray, 4 flop. Let's go ahead and see the turn. Deuce of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, I think James should be betting
It's
here
a bet
whether he
of
has it or not.
200 by James. Call is made.
200 and a call. So
by
it looks
Kong.
like Kong has got like a call down hand. He's probably got a pair,
Go ahead
like
and
a
see the
3
river
or a
card.
4. Something like that.
River
Could have a
card
club
is another
draw.
deuce. The other black deuce to spade.
Check, check.
Check, check. James flips over 10, 9 for 2 pair. 10s and deuces. And a 5 of spades is shown for Kong, but not good enough. 2 pair. 10s and deuces for James.
The interesting question on that hand is, James certainly has what he thinks is the best hand. And if Kong has a deuce or better than
1
trip
minute left in the
deuces,
level. 1 minute.
you're just like, oh, this sucks. I'm going to lose. But the real question there is, was James better off going for a value bet? Should he have bet the river hoping to get called by someone with a 4 or a 3? Well, not someone by Kong with a 4 or a 3 or pocket 5s or whatever.
Under a minute to go on the level. If you
Or
guys didn't hear
is he
me.
better off doing what he did, checking and hoping to induce a
Under
bluff?
a minute to go on the level.
I don't think the answer is completely obvious. It's
yeah.
not like one play is definitely better than the other.
42.
So I'm not going to argue with James's decision even a little bit.
The raise to 225
With the 3 clubs
by
out there, I
James,
think it's probably
225.
better off to do exactly what he did. Check and induce a bluff, because a big part of Kong's range will be flush draw that missed. So we got a bigger raise this time from James. We're seeing Kong now. See, he's got his fingers interlocked like he did before, but he's not like rubbing them against each other like he did that time. So this is why you're trying to spot these tells. You're trying to look for these physical mannerisms, and then when you get to see his cards, you play back in your mind, what
Raise has been announced.
of these
The
tells did I
re-raise
see
here
during that
has been
hand,
announced by
and
Kong.
was my opponent strong or weak at that time?
It's a re-raise to 700, ladies and gentlemen.
So 225 was our
700.
button raise. Now re-raised to 700 by
And
Kong, and a
James
quick fold by
folds.
James.
He folds.
And that's the reason to go
Winner of
160.
the hand.
I think whenever he's going to get Kong to fold, I think
All right,
like
folks, that's
160,
the end of it.
180,
Cincinnati's,
200,
we're
they'll
going
all
up.
get the job done about the same.
50, 100 with a 10K. 50, 100 with a 10K. Your dealer will remain as Carson.
So you heard it.
Please no texting the bookie
Blinds
down
up.
while we're actually doing
50,
the game
100,
here.
10K
Monday
ante.
Night Football. We'll get to that later.
170,000 out there. The average stack heads up, 5 million.
All right, button has moved.
So we're talking like 3% of
And
the
first
average
to
stack
act will be Kong.
is out there in the blinds and antes.
It's a raise to 200 now by Kong. And Jim folds.
Well, James is obviously a good bit card dead. I mean, he keeps losing to Queen High and King High and stuff like that. So he's looking now finally after, 20 or so hands heads up. He's looking a little frustrated.
We are coming to you from the Daytona
You just
Beach
got to try
Kennel
to
Club
ignore
and
that. You
Poker
just got to
Room.
say to
James
yourself,
Larson, Greg
it doesn't
Randall.
matter.
Want to thank Dom Nero, his entire staff, Dan Francati, the whole group here for having us out. A lot of fun. Great to be back in Florida. Action will start with James. It's a raise to 250,000 and a quick fold.
Nope.
James wins.
Yep, and there you go. I mean, he couldn't even finish making the raise, and he got the fold. So that's why I'm a
Well,
fan
they're
of
shuffling down.
just
We
kind
hope
of
to
the
be
min
back maybe in
raise.
February or March with the HPT again.
Mid-March.
And if folks want to come out, they can just check out the webpage. How about your guys' webpage?
DaytonaGreyhound.com.
Check it out, guys. Come on down and see Dom and his staff. It's a great cash game. And also follow him on Twitter at Chicago Poker Guy.
200.
It's a raise to 200 now. By Kong, raise to 200. Jim folds.
So that's our new min raise. I mean, the blinds are up. So if you're going to raise, you got to make it 200. And again, James, is doing the right thing to fold if he doesn't have a reasonable hand. He's probably supposed to be calling there, or calling or re-raising, not folding, something like 80% of the time. So he may be playing a little too tight, folding a little too often. And certainly the more he folds, the more he also needs to re-raise. He needs to make it so that there's a reasonable penalty.
Jim folds, so the hand's over. Kong
And
wins.
here, James, again, I'm not disagreeing with him. I'm folding something like 10, 15% of my hands on the button. So certainly I don't disagree with the fold necessarily, not having seen James's cards. But we'll notice Kong is min-raising every single button. I don't think we've seen an exception yet where he called or folded. So he's doing the min-raise every single time it's his button. Just keep the pressure up. And if your opponent's going to fold a little more than he should,
200 is the
you need to
raise
keep doing it.
by Kong, Freddie, and
And
fold.
again, I think James probably has to loosen up a little bit here. And what he can do is, with those very worst hands, still fold, like the bottom, 15% or whatever. But take his very best hands and take a few of the worst hands he'll play and 3-bet with them. So if he decides like the worst hand that he's going to call with is something like 9-6 offsuit, then re-raise with 9-6 offsuit instead. In other words, don't just call with it, but re-raise with it.
All right, we start with Jim.
And then there's also obviously re-raising with aces and kings and queens and stuff like that, his very best hands. But take some of the bottom of his range. Oh, and he got a fold
It
that
was a
time.
raise to how much?
225.
225 and a fold. Jim did the raise.
Yeah, we've seen so little 3-betting here. I think it might actually be correct here to start making the raises slightly bigger than a min raise. Like, again, if I was advising James. I think Kong is going to call you the same for 200 or 225. If you're going to be folding as
The raise
often
is
as James
200
is,
now
well, then make your raises a
Kong.
little bit bigger. Because when you get all those calls, since you have the better hand pretty often, you get the pot a little bit.
Re-raise. We go to 6 bills now.
There we go. I like
Re-raise is
that.
600, courtesy of James.
Kong doesn't look too excited about that. I think he has
And
something
Kong
decent there. I
Jim
mean, he
wins.
probably has something like a king-8. Some kind of hand that he knows, certainly, when he made his raise, this is usually going to be the best hand. But what Kong is thinking is that, if this was a player who was being loose, who was re-raising me frequently, I can't just raise fold king-8. It's king high. That's too strong for a guy who's re-raising me, a third of the time. But here he's saying to himself, he's smiling because he's like, James is
200
not,
by James.
re-raising me hardly ever. I got to be able to give up a hand like king 8.
Re-raise 600 now by Kong.
600 by Kong. James immediately grabbing for chips, but he hasn't done anything yet. Is he intending to quickly, at first you thought he was going to either quickly call or quickly re-raise.
We went 200 by James. Yeah, I did. And a re-raise to 600 by Kong. Action back to James.
Well, certainly, if James was going to re-raise, he should put Kong all in.
I didn't know what he was doing.
I didn't say that.
A little bit.
I didn't say that.
Calling would not be out of
All right,
line
action
for
is on
James.
James.
He's on the button. There'd be plenty of hands where he would just call, see the flop for 400 more. Folding is obviously going to be correct for many hands. But if he's going to re-raise, he probably just needs to go all in. Certainly he should never make it $1.5 million here if he's going to ever fold. If he's ever going to fold, he cannot do a re-raise that's less, he can't do that. It's just Kong has shown too much aggression, too much of the ability to spot when his opponent's weak and come over the top. So I certainly don't want him to raise less than all in here if he's ever going to fold. It's
call has
really
been
interesting. I
made,
mean,
ladies and
when
gentlemen.
Kong quickly announced that
By
re-raise to
James.
600, it's like James was grabbing
James made the
chips
call.
instantly.
An additional
Instantly, he was going
400
for
and cleared
chips. You know, and then he all of a sudden slowed down and took all this time
All right,
before
Carson,
he
let's
called.
go ahead and
So
see the flop, please.
really interesting to guess what exactly that means.
It's
Well,
5 Jack
definitely
Queen,
could be an
all
action flop.
spades. 5 Jack Queen.
I mean, certainly, you know, one player could have an
Actually,
ace of
don't call.
spades, the other a king of spades, you know, 10 of spades. I mean, even if you have the deuce of spades in your hand, you can't ignore the fact that your flush draw has a good chance of being live. That if another spade comes, that your baby deuce will be, that your baby spade will be
All
big
in
enough.
bet. By Kong.
All in bet. There's like
And a
1.3
fold.
million out
Kong
there.
wins.
So if Kong is going to do a normal bet size there of like $1 million, it's probably close to a third of his stack. So rather than do that, he goes all in. And he knows, especially on that flop, it's like if
Wanna
he doesn't
thank our
have a
hand-for-hand
flush,
updater in the
if
back
he doesn't
room,
have
Michael.
the ace of spades, if he doesn't have at least a
One-eye
queen
read.
for top pair better, he's probably
Doing
not
great
going to get a
job for us
call.
this week.
So he knows
Keeping you updated
that he's going to get a fold
each and
the
every day
vast
here on the
majority of the
HPT.
time. And he can just take down that 1.3 million. At this point, I wouldn't be shocked, though, if our chip counts haven't switched. I mean, everything seems to be going Kong's way. Kong might have, I think Kong has over half the chips now.
Okay, cancel.
Again, it's hard to tell. It's hard to count the plaques.
200.
It's a raise by Kong to 200. A call is made by James. Let's go ahead and see the flop.
I don't know. It's really close, actually. I'm not sure who the chip leader is.
6 of diamonds, 5 of spades, king of diamonds.
Kong
James
raises. James calls. Check, check. I think. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Kong hasn't acted. See, now this would be the one reason not to always c-bet, is that now when you
It's a
do
bet at
bet,
2.5.
you're much more likely to be given
By Kong,
credit.
250.
In other words, if you c-bet every single time, your opponent knows that it doesn't matter what that flop is. I can't assume any of that flop hit you. But if you check some of the time, you're going to have more fold equity on the occasions that you do bet. So that's the reason to not always c-bet. So as you can see, there's reasons pushing your strategy in
fold.
both directions.
Winner of the hand
And
is
you've
Kong.
got to decide which reasons carry the most weight today against this opponent. So basic strategy, I c-bet every single time. But sometimes against certain opponents, I'll stop c-betting 100% and I'll start, you know, checking behind some of the time. You know, in other words, mixing it up, so to speak. But not just for the sake of mixing it up, but because I think against this opponent, it's going to yield more benefits than it will yield detriment.
On the quarter?
225.
I didn't hear it.
225.
It's a raise to 225,000 by James. And a call has been made.
Pre-flop, 225 from James on the button. Quickly called by Kong.
All right, Cars, let's go ahead and see the flop.
James doesn't look happy. So you don't think he has a massive... He doesn't have
7, 4,
aces or
10,
kings
ladies
or
and
anything like
gents. 7 of
that.
spades, 4 of diamonds, 10 of clubs.
Quickly
It's a
grabbing
check
for a
first by
c-bet.
Kong, and then a bet of 250 by James.
250.
And a call by Kong.
Quick call by Kong. So Kong either has a hand that he thinks is best or a draw. Called very quickly.
May I please see the turn card?
Probably not floating or anything like that.
It's a 4 of clubs.
Checks
Both
the
players
4.
checking the 4 of clubs on the turn. Let's see the river, please, sir. River brings another 10, this time the 10 of hearts.
Quick
First
look at his
act
chips,
is
a little
Kong.
sniff. Certainly makes you think he has a 10.
300.
That's a bet of 300K, ladies and
Relatively small
gentlemen.
bet of 300.
It's a raise to 900 now by James.
Quick
Raise
raise
to
to
900.
900. So this ought to be a 10 or a stone cold bluff and nothing in between. And I guess I was wrong with my physical. I thought Kong had a big
And that is
hand.
a fold by Kong.
When he quickly looked at his chips, you know, that little sniff, that, you know, looking at his card, or looking at his chips right away when the 10 hit the river, made me think he was strong, but clearly I was mistaken, because he's not just snap folding a 10 there. He never folded 10
Okay.
on that board.
A little too tight on the cards, Kong, just a little less loose. A little less tight. Less tight.
What do you mean, squeezing them?
He was just, no, he was, no.
So he's trying to get info from me.
No, no, no.
James here's got so many plates, he could tile his bathroom with them, for God's sakes.
Make sure his cards are going into the eye hole.
Yeah.
100%.
All right, Fred, the button is on Kong.
So we know it's going to be $2 million.
It's a race to 200.
Or 200,000, I mean, not
By
2 million,
Kong.
but 200,000
Jimmy
by
now.
Kong, 2 times the big blind. 100% consistent, which means you just don't ever know what he has.
That's a
I
call.
mean, in effect,
by
what you
James.
know is that he has a random hand because he's done it every single time. No reason to think that there's
Let's go ahead
some
and see the
hands he would
flop.
fold or raise more with. And that's another reason to like re-raise.
2 tens
is
and a
that
jack of
frequently he's
spades.
going to have to fold.
James checks first over to Kong.
It's a little check, and then he's like playing with his gum, almost sticking it out like he was sticking out his
That's a
tongue.
wager of 210K by Kong. James calls.
Really quick call. Check,
It was a
210,000
check
and a quick
bet
call.
was the transition. The bet was 210, Freddie. Yep. Turn card, please, Cars.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone could be. Oh, on that
Queen of
card too.
hearts.
Everyone could be all over this.
I have a check
You
by
know,
James.
you
and
could
I
have
a
like
check
the full house and the straight
by
right now,
Kong.
or
Let's
2
go
full
ahead and see
houses.
the river.
Of course, this is heads up, so it's a better chance you have something
River's
like
the
a
tray
medium
of the
pair and an
hearts.
ace high, but
James checks over to Kong.
anything's possible here. So when Kong checked behind on the turn, that really doesn't tell you much about his hand. He could be checking because he's weak and just, you know, not wanting to put more money in. He could be checking because he has the nuts and he's trying to induce a bluff on the river.
That's a wager.
And the same thing, like his
180.
range is still pretty wide open here. So
That's what I was
I'm
gonna say,
not
330.
folding unless I think I have
It's a
no
bet of
showdown
330
value with my
by
hand. If
Kong.
I'm James, if I have, you know, a pair besides that the pair of tens on the board, if I have ace high, I'm calling. If I hit the 3, if I have a pocket pair, I'm not folding any of those hands. The only question is, which hands might I raise for value, and which hands am I going to like bluff raise with? But he's already like shown so many signs of weakness. He really can't bluff raise here. So as he's thinking of calling, but again, I would call here with like any pair, any ace high, and figure that I'm winning often enough that it's a correct call. I could change my mind now. Looking at Kong, you know, he's like making little faces, you know, do little things with his lips. Almost feels like he's trying to induce a call. So now I was torn. I mean, like if I had ace high, I was snap calling effectively. I knew I was going to call. One reason not to do anything immediately, though, is that sometimes if you wait a little bit, your opponent can give you a tell. He can show you something that might correctly change your mind.
Oh, showdown.
And James makes the call. Queen tray is flipped over.
Well, he hit the
for
queen.
Kong, he's got 2 pair.
Hit
Queens
the queen,
and tens. He's
so
technically got 3 pairs.
sure
He'll
that-
play
that the
queens
queen
and
high was
tens.
no
He
good on the
flips over
flop.
Queen of spades. Tray of diamonds.
Again, that's a reason to be more aggressive, to do more check raising, to deny your opponent a chance to hit cards like that. Kong probably had those 3 outs. After the flop, there's a good chance that like hitting a 3 might not have been any good. So, you know, he might have had 3 outs. At best, he probably had 6 outs, and he hit one of them. You know, so that's one reason to be more aggressive, is to deny your opponent the opportunity to hit those outs. And you've got to balance that concern with the idea that if you have a pretty good hand, that you don't want to like bet and raise with it to turn it into a bluff.
Let me ask our producer.
Right and back.
Both players, after this hand, would like to just use the bathroom break. Okay, we'll see after the 10.
Yeah, so we might have a short break after this hand. I'm not sure yet.
Jim
And
folds.
the hand's
That's
over.
the end of the hand.
Fred, they just asking to just run real quick. They both have to urinate. They both need to urinate. There's like 45 left. Pause the clock. 5-minute bathroom break. No cigs.
All
5
right.
minutes. We come right back.
Bathroom break, no cigs, I think he said. So we'll be back soon.
Probably better off that way. Probably better off that way. Next break, I'll give you my phone. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, they're playing very passive.
I'll be on the internet as soon as we get home.
But
Watch.
and that's the thing, you know, you got. Button from Kong to 200. 600 from James
folds.
Calderero. And a fold from Kong. I like it. Not sure who our chip leader is, to be honest. Don't know if we have new chip counts that we took, if we counted their stacks on that break or not, but it's reasonably close, and my guess is that Kong has a lead, but I'm really not sure. It's very close.
All right, Freddie, we start with James. A call has made.
Call
Option
from
out of Kong.
James. Kind of the problem with limping.
He's
If you're,
gonna
if you're
raise.
limping because you have
go up
a
to
marginal
250.
hand, you're just begging your opponent to
We're up
raise
to
you every time and blow you
250,000.
off.
And James
You know,
makes the call.
if you're limping, sometimes with big hands, then maybe if your opponent isn't raising you,
All right,
you're giving him a
Carson,
free
go ahead and see the
flop.
flop, sir. Six of hearts, seven of spades, seven of diamonds, merch.
Whenever there's a pair on the board, you just don't expect anything to change. In other words, whoever had the best hand pre-flop is supposed to still have
It's
the
a
best
wager.
hand.
By Kong of 300, ladies and gentlemen.
Quick
300,000
call
chip
from
bet.
James.
And a call.
Now, again, I thought I saw something on Kong there when he was reaching
Turn
for
card,
those
please,
chips to
Cars.
make that bet. He was almost like pursing his lips a
And
little bit,
it's a
like he was
tray of hearts.
whistling, like almost
Kong
like
checks
la-di-da
now over
whistle
to
thing. It made me think he was
James.
strong. But I've made some bad reads on Kong
A
today.
bet of 300,000 chips by
Very small bet from James.
James.
I think James
Kong
there
makes
is
the call.
saying, like, if you have just air ball, I'm giving you a chance to fold. If you have overcards, you have ace high,
All right,
king high,
river
queen
time,
high, I'm
please,
giving you a
guys.
chance to lay those down because I want you to.
River card. 5-0 spades. Check by Kong. Over to James.
Well, I mean, obviously, either player could have a 4 and just made a straight. But, the tricky question here is, if I'm James, like if I have like a pair of 6s, do I value bet? If I have a 7, 3 7s, it's just too big a hand. You got to go for the value here. You got to go for the bet. Try to get called by something worse. But if I have just anything bad
Both pairs
cards,
check.
so check.
Call
And
no flips over Jack of spades. 7 of clubs for trip 7s. Pocket 8s are shown for Kong. So the winner of the hand is James with his.
see, it's like
3
funny. It's like
sevens.
James wins the hand, and he's like, "How did I not win more? How did you only lose that much with pocket 8s? How did you not get more aggressive at some earlier street when I've hit this huge hand?" And James is right. I mean, it's like unless Kong, basically the way Kong played that pair of 8s on that board, he is like a genius or he's a moron, and there's really no in between. If he caught that sense, if he saw those physical tells or whatever, if he saw something in James that made him think like 8s, a really good chance my 8s are no good, then he's a genius for losing the minimum. But if he had no real strong physical tells, if he was just playing it that's
All right,
his
we'll start with
standard
Kong.
way of playing it, then it's a
It's
horrible way to
raised
play
to
it.
200 now by Kong.
And given what we've seen from
200.
Kong, I suspect
Over to
it was
James.
that he was just that
James
good.
makes the cool.
And that he caught that sense that his overpair was no good,
Let's go ahead
and
see
so
the
he
flop,
lost the
please,
minimum
guys.
with it.
5 of spades, king of hearts, 9 of clubs. James
So,
checks.
standard
now
button
over to
raise.
Kong.
James calls.
225 is the bet.
225.
225, Fred. And James says take it down. He's going to flash
And
the
that
ace
is
of
it.
hearts, though.
Hand over.
Flashes the ace of hearts. And nothing for Kong.
Now, after that other big pot, again, even though he lost the minimum, Kong did lose a good
It's our
bit of
5th
chips
straight week on the road.
to
From here we go
James.
to
So I'm pretty
Oklahoma.
sure James is now our chip leader
And from
again.
there,
But it's probably
Iowa, St. Louis,
6 million, 4 million,
Indiana,
5.5 to 4.5. It's not that far
Vegas,
apart.
Michigan.
Certainly, if there's an all-in and Kong wins, James
Indiana
is going to
again.
be
Gary's
effectively on
kinda like
life
Chicago.
support at the end of the
So,
hand.
No reason to have a family.
This is
these
close
days.
enough. Anyone who just grinds out a few small
It's
pots,
a raise, 200 by James.
If Kong does
Call
that,
has
he's
been
going to
made
become
now
the
by
chip
Kong.
leader again.
It was a raise to 200 by James and a call by Kong. Carson, let's see the flop, please. 9 of
Action
clubs,
board, definitely.
Queen, king of diamonds.
Both players. I mean, we have a raise and a
So
call.
bet
Both
of-
players
it's a
could have hit
check
that.
first by Kong, and then a bet of 200K by James. James wins.
Kong has nothing, which is no surprise.
Anybody
I mean,
know
not
they
because
still
Kong,
play
because we're
High Lie
heads
in
up.
Florida, that was real big
When you're
years
heads
ago.
up
Is High
and
Lie
you're a good
something you can
player,
still
you're going to have
play and
nothing pretty
gamble on
often.
then?
Yeah,
Orlando?
there's a really good saying that I've heard from many players. You know, it's
I've
hard to make a pair.
never been to a High Lie match. I was hoping
And they're
Don
not
maybe
kidding.
this
You know,
winter
you're
you
playing
could-
heads up hold'em.
if they're playing, but I've never.
You know, any pair
I'll meet
is
you there.
usually
he
going to be the best
says.
hand.
I kind of wear out my welcome in about the first 2 hours. All right, button has moved. It's a raise to 200 by Kong, and James makes the call.
Well, everyone watching this online is either like that glad or that sad.
Let's go ahead and
that
see the flop,
they're not-
please, Cars.
They're listening to me instead of listening to Fred Bevel.
King 5-8. James is going to check.
Because you're either going to love it or you're going to tune out.
Kong bets 2 1/4.
Of course, he knows what he's saying is not
James
going on air,
makes
so
the call.
my commentary would probably be different if I knew no one was listening to me either. I didn't have the whole world tuned in.
Let's go ahead and see the turn.
Hopefully there is a world out there listening. It's not just like 2 or 3
Queen
of
of
you.
clubs.
It's always interesting. It's like I used to be a radio DJ at one point in college. You have no clue,
wager
you know,
by
who's
James.
listening. Is it 2 people? Is it 2,000 people?
300K, everybody.
You know, is it 200,000 people?
300,000.
You just never know.
Over to Kong.
It's like Kong he's behaving like it's a close decision. I like this, you know, if this was a river call, you know, it's like you can.
Call has
But
made.
now it's like, you know, he's just saying, like, I have this really marginal hand that
Let's go
I'm
and see the
calling
river
with.
card.
And I don't want to give that
And river
information
card
out.
is the 9 of hearts.
Well, that
Both
certainly
players
could change
check.
things. Someone could have Jack 10.
8 deuce is shown for Kong for 8s. That'll be good enough to win the hand.
Well, and it is a
Eights.
marginal hand, but kind of the problem is that I don't know exactly what James had, obviously. We didn't get to see his cards, but he obviously couldn't beat a pair of 8s. But he might have had a hand that, you know, he now knows he can bet for value. Like, he could have hit the queen, and now he knows that he's not against a king because of that behavior that Kong exhibited. And now he's very confident that he can value bet the queen on the river. Whereas, you know, if he was just stone cold bluffing there, you know, maybe you've induced a bluff out of him, you know. So if Kong was exhibiting the behavior and Kong knew, I'm showing this
All right,
behavior,
we will
but I
settle
am
with
still going to
James.
call the river every single
He's gonna
time
raise it
James
2 1/4.
bets, then it's not necessarily a bad thing
And a fold.
because
And a fold.
he
2 1/4
is
and a fold.
inducing more bluffs. But if he's going to fold to another bet on the river, then I don't like the behavior at all.
Sorry, guys, I am hard of hearing, and I got the same in my ear, so yeah. Everything all right with you, Cars? Carson Palmer, everybody, give him a round of applause.
Football didn't work out. Now he's a dealer. Boy, none of my jokes are working this week.
Not too good.
Yeah, why don't you write me some stuff, Fred? This is terrible. All right, the action will start.
I was going to say, I mean, that's
Here
Fred's the
with
stand-up
Kong.
comedian, I thought, not James.
It's a raise to 200.
200,000 by Kong, as expected.
And a call has been made by James. 200 and a call by James. Let's go ahead and see the flop, please. 6 of spades, Jack of diamonds, Ace of diamonds. James will check
And the C
a
bet
bet of
works.
225,000 by Kong. And James folds.
Chip count's pretty close again. Again, hard
As
to
you guys know,
judge.
bike week's coming up here.
If I had to
Pretty
pick,
happy I'm getting on an airplane
I don't even
on
know.
Tuesday, let me tell you. I hear
It's like-
traffic's backed up all the way down
mean,
to A1A.
James has all the blue plaques
Yeah.
that are worth 25 each, but
I know.
Kong
that's
has
gonna be
more
tough.
red plaques, and then he has a
This is
lot more of the
probably
10K chips. So I don't know. It's pretty close. I wouldn't think either player has more than 6 million. We got just under 10 million chips in play.
200.
a raise to 200 by James. And a call.
So I like the fact that James is getting into this pattern as well of,
go ahead and see the
raise the
flop,
button to
please.
200.
King, Queen, 4, ladies and gents. That's the flop. King, Queen, 4. We start with Kong.
Always an interesting flop when you got big cards but no ace. Because, certainly anyone's going to raise with an ace in their hand pre-flop. And anyone's never going to fold an ace pre-flop for one raise.
Over to James now.
But, kings and queens.
That's a raise, folks.
Not always.
We're going to 600 now. Back to Kong.
So Kong leads into him. Does the so-called weak lead. Gets raised to
Call has been
600.
made.
So at this point, most of my range for Kong is queens or a king with a weak kicker, possibly a flush draw. Don't know that he would have bet like a jack 10, straight draw. Might have led with a flush draw,
7 of
though.
hearts. I have both
Especially like a
players
flush draw on a
checking
4.
the
We had like 4, 6 of
7 on the
diamonds. He'd
turn.
lead with
River
that,
time, please,
possibly.
Garth.
But now we get the quick check
And it's a
behind.
tray of diamonds.
That could change everything, and
Over to
that's a
James
great
after
card
the
to
first
bluff.
check.
So if I'm James and I have nothing worthy of showdown,
check.
bluff that hand.
5-4 is flipped over for Kong. He's got 4s. That's the nuts.
Yeah, that's where, if you're going to fire the bluff on the flop,
A lot of celebrities from down here. in
that's
Florida.
one reason
I
to
remember the
consider
most, of course,
continuing
is,
again, because
Vanilla Ice. Isn't he from this part,
you don't
Tom? Doesn't
expect him to
Vanilla
fold a
grow up around
4
here?
to the one bluff, but if
Oh,
you're
you
like,
did. I thought he
keep the
did.
hammer down and you bluff again and
Reynolds
again,
is- no, he's
he's
not.
probably not going to call down. And when he checked behind and the diamond hit, that's a good bluff card. And I don't know that it would have worked. Kong's a good player. Kong knows that's a good bluff card. So he's also quite likely to just call there with a pair of 4s, just grit his teeth and call. But if you were ever going to get him to fold a pair of 4s, that was the river card, the diamond. Only the ace of diamonds would have been scarier to him. Big diamond.
200.
It was a raise of 200 by Kong and a call ready by James.
Kong definitely the chip leader now.
Queen, King, 6. They're all clubs. James checks.
Lots of room for
Over to
draws
Kong.
here, obviously. Straight draws, flush
2,
draws.
2, 5 is the bet.
Flush could be
And
made.
James folds. Much time left? Amers? Huh? 30 minutes left to go on this level. 30 minutes.
What was the flop bet there?
King, queen, 6, 3
6
clubs.
all clubs.
No, what was the bet? After the flop?
225.
225, Fred. From Kong, yeah.
Oh,
And then
boy.
Jim folded.
Good. James, you're 50. When you got a chance.
All right, James is first to act on the button. 50, 100,000 blinds, 10,000 ante. Coming out with a raise, but doesn't look happy. Don't think he
It's
likes
a
his
raise
hand.
to 2.5 by James and a call.
If I was Kong and I'd
250
seen that,
and a call.
I would have been re-raising here with most of my hands.
Let's go ahead and see the flop, please. 5, 9, Queen.
Medium board
Check by
there. We got
Kong.
flush draws. We got 10 jack, which is a hand people typically
It's a
always play.
250,000 chip bet now by James.
James just does not feel strong to me at all. Look at Kong with all that, indecisive hand movement. Really hard for him to start bluffing now after giving that kind of physical behavior, after exhibiting that.
Okay, the call has been made. Let's go ahead and see the turn card, please.
So you put Kong on a marginal hand here,
7
like he
spades.
paired the 5.
Check by Kong.
Something
over
like
to
that.
James. Both players check. Let's go ahead and see the river.
Hmm.
River's
So
the ace of clubs.
could change
Check by
things.
Kong. James flips over pocket tens. Pocket tens. They're good.
Oh, you gotta bet the turn. Gotta bet the turn there, James. Go for the value. You need to go for that thin value there. This is heads up. So you can't just wait for a hand that's, highly certain to be the best hand.
You need to come back to me? Damn.
I need something jack.
I think you want to, and then there's the flush draw and stuff like that. So now it's like if he has a flush, if Kong has a flush draw, he'll pay you on the turn because he still can catch a club. But now if you bet the river, he'll just fold the flush draw, obviously, or I mean, he'll either turn it into a bluff or he'll fold it. He's never going to just call you with it.
200.
It's a raise to 200 now by Kong. And James
Call.
makes the call. Let's go ahead and see the flop cards. Deuce 4 Jack. It's a check by both players. Deuce of hearts, 4 of hearts, Jack of diamonds. Turn card, please.
No, we've seen a lot of this, so it's
Another
not
heart,
surprising.
this time
I'm
the
still a
9.
fan of
Both
the
players
100%
checking.
C-bet.
The 9 of hearts. Let's go ahead and see.
So this is where you put Kong on like a deuce, a 4, pocket 3s.
King of spades.
A hand with showdown value.
Both players check. Queen high is flipped over for Kong. Queen of spades, 6 of hearts. Queen high. That wins. Kong wins.
And that's sort of like, I mean, one of the things when you're, betting, bluffing, whatever, you want
Give it up for
to
one
be
of our
bluffing
camera
with your
operators
very
over from
worst
Cedar
hands.
Rapids,
You
Iowa.
don't want to,
Marcus
like,
Sokup, raise your hand
Kong
back
doesn't
to
want to
Marcus.
bluff there with queen high,
He's
so that's
in
probably what's
management now,
driving his
apparently.
decision to check with
As
those
he's
kinds
watching
of
the rest of
hands.
us work.
Is he knows he might have the best hand. He
You wanna
doesn't
maybe
want to
give
turn
him
what
the
might be the best
microphone,
hand
I'll
into just a bluff.
Have a
A
quick
hand that's
smoke.
never going to get called by worse. So he's just checking behind with those. But
You
that's
need
where
some relief.
James,
All right.
who's losing to
LeBron
these
James.
queen highs and king highs, he has a hand that's so weak that he maybe should be turning into a bluff. At least some of the time, he needs to
Raise
be
it to
turning
100
those
now
hands
by
into
James.
bluffs.
Kong makes the call. All right, cards. Let's see the flop. Ace, 9, 10. Kong checks. And a bet of 200 by James and a fold. James wins.
Well, we started heads up, if you remember, where James had something like $6.5 million and like $3.5 million, give or take, for Kong, something like that. So about a 2-to-1 chip lead for James Calderero. And now for the most part, I mean, we've seen a few big pots that have gone both ways. But for the most part, when you look at all the small pots, the ones that were not dramatic, didn't have anything, exciting, the ones that really aren't going to make it on TV, most likely, Kong is coming out way ahead. He is winning the vast majority. He's winning at least 2 out of 3 of the small pots, I would
Raise to
say.
200 by Kong.
And
James
when you're
makes the
playing
call.
heads up like this, that really is the difference between, who's the favorite and
Go
who's the
ahead and see the flop,
underdog
please.
is, who's winning all the small pots.
Flop is 2 kings and the ace of hearts.
Well, we're
A
not going to have a
check
big
by
pot here unless both of them
James.
have an ace or a king.
And a bet of 325. 225 by Kong and a fold. All right, folks, that's it for Carson. Give him a round of applause. Anybody in the audience here watching you, Cars?
My fiance back.
Would you like to stand up? Carson's fiance. Let's go ahead and stand up and wave to the cameras. It's Carson's fiance. We wish you guys the best of luck. Good luck for you. It's good to see a nice, happy young couple. Well,
Okay. So we got a new dealer, but
we bring in
this,
Matthew again.
this is this level is going to be finished moderately soon. I'm thinking there must be like 10-15 minutes left before we raise the blinds. Our players already took that kind of unscheduled 5-minute
Same level.
bathroom
Amy
break.
will tell me how many minutes are left here in a minute. How many? Under 25, so we're like 24:50. Start with James
Same, right? Raise to 200.
to raise to 200. Yep, we haven't not changed the level, guys. Raise to 200 by James over to Kong.
Kong looking like a re-raise.
To re-raise to 600 now. And a fold. Kong wins.
Excuse me. Well, hopefully everyone watching this at home is enjoying themselves, because this is,
Raise to 200.
how do I want to put it? This is a good heads-up match. This is a match
So re-raise now
where,
from James
you know,
to
the
600.
players are not doing
And
a bunch
fold
of
by
silly
Kong.
things.
James wins. So raise to
You know,
200
you're going to see other
raise to
final
6.
tables if you're, watching all the poker shows on TV. You're going to see some final tables where at least one, if not both, of the players are just doing basically silly things. They're just doing, unneeded, unnecessary. They're bluffing in spots where it's like obvious they're bluffing, where just nothing about the story says they have any kind of hand, so they're just throwing their chips away. And you will see people making ridiculous calls in a spot again where maybe their hand beats most of their opponent's bluffs, but doesn't even necessarily beat all of his bluffs, and they're calling him down. And you're just not seeing that here. You're not seeing, any like horrible plays. So even in spots where I have said,
50,000.
I disagree with the decision being made. It's never been a spot where I'm like, that's horrible. It's always been a spot where I think they're wrong, but the decision they're making is reasonable. It's just not what I think is the best decision. And so good heads-up play, unless someone gets cold-decked, takes a little while. So we had an open raise, and then a re-raise to 650 from Kong, who looks very comfortable and confident. James definitely might be hesitating here before he 4-bets. And it looks like he's going to at least call. I don't think he's considering folding. I think he's trying to decide whether he's going to just call with this hand or if he's going to re-raise. Now, if he is going to re-raise, all in would not be a mistake. Kong has made it 650. His whole stack, James's whole stack.
It's a re-raise, all in
and a call.
Ladies
wow.
and gentlemen.
So, like I said, if he was going to re-raise all in, his whole stack was only like 7 times that bet of 650,000.
He is up.
Sorry in advance.
Up against pocket aces, folks.
And I'm really happy with that re-raise by James. I think that's 100% the correct play. And obviously he's in a very unfortunate situation here being a 4-1 underdog. But I think re-raising all in there is definitely the better play as opposed to just calling and seeing the flop. And of course folding would be horrible. I mean, a middle pair, heads up. If he had folded to a 3-bet, it's just like horribly bad. So I'm a much bigger fan here of the shove than a just call.
Let's go ahead and see.
And let's see if James is going to get lucky. About a 5-6-7.
The flop is all black, 10 of spades.
So we need a 7 or a 9 to create a straight draw. Club, 7 of clubs or 9 of clubs would be our maximum sweat card. 7 of clubs, 9 of clubs, any other club.
The turn card is another tray. This time the
changes nothing, so it's going to be an 8 or an 8 only. Pretty sure Kong has the chip lead. So it's either going to be an 8 on the river or Kong's going to be our champion.
Left in the deck. Let's go ahead and see the river card. It's the queen of spades. The hand holds up. Aces and trays, the winning hand.
Well, we had a great match there. The heads-up play I thought was really good. The things again that when I was pointing out stuff that I would have done differently, these were not big mistakes. These were just like strategic preferences for the most part. So we're double checking the count right now. We're making sure that Kong had the chip lead, but I'm pretty sure he did. And if he didn't have the chip lead, well then James is going to have next to nothing left in chips, but I would say this was probably 6 million or so for Kong to start the hand. At least 5.5.
If you're watching this online, we are just doing a quick verification here on the chips to see if he indeed has him covered, and I think he does.
So they're saying that Kong has over 6 million.
Is going to be.
And James agrees that yep, he was covered.
Kong fan.
And Kong's our champion. Well done.
All right, folks. Do me a favor, going out in second place, he played great. James going home with a nice payday of $64,158. But give it up for your new champion. He started in seat 9 as a chip leader. Give it up for Kong Fam, everybody. Okay. Come on in. I'm going to interview James on camera. You guys can go ahead. Sorry, bud. And you guys just...
Well, Kong came in with the chip lead, but he only had about 25% of the chips. So in theory, ignoring skill differences, he's only going to win this thing about 25% of the time. But having watched the final table play out, Kong was playing really well beginning to end. I did not see anything that I would call a mistake by Kong. There were plays where I might have thought that some other alternate choice was slightly better, but it's not one of those situations where if it's like fold, call, raise, where if my personal ranking is like, oh, folding is best, raising is second, and calling is worst, where Kong is picking call, where he's picking what I think is the worst decision. So he played really well. There were some clear mistakes made by a few other players at the final table. Kong probably came in today having at least a 30, maybe even a 35% chance of winning this whole thing. But James also came in. He only had the average stack. He had slightly above average. He was in fourth place with 1.2 million. Theoretically a 12% chance of winning.
So much,
he
guys.
probably
Now
had
enjoying with
15%
James.
starting
when
the
you got
day.
heads up there, it seems like you pretty much went card dead for a while there. Explain.
Yeah, I just I wasn't catching any hands at all, and anytime I made a move with no hand at all, he was catching me, and I started off all right. I had a chip lead going in, but I was card dead, and I had no choice, and I picked up the eights. It looked like two aces to me, and I ran into aces.
Never easy at the end to run those into aces, but we got to talk about your payday. You're going home with just over $64,000. I know you told your girlfriend no more seconds, but still, just over $64K. Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with it all. Now she gets one shoe. Yeah, so get two.
He said he was going to buy her a pair of shoes, but apparently since he got second, she only gets one. Congratulations. Thanks for coming out. That's James. We had a great time with him. Maria and Fred, we'll send it back to you.
Well, if it's $7,000 for the pair and $3,500 for one shoe, I think I'm still skipping even the one.
Interview our champion next. Can you DIY room for me, Kim? Hi there. Anybody want to borrow some cash? It's actually play money. You can try to bring it in. Wow, really? Somebody needs a drink.
Yeah,
that is correct.
All right, Kev, I'm
Dealer, can you hop out of the box and help me just stack these?
Yeah, you want me to come around this
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, when I introduce his name, I want you guys to cheer for me. Our brand new champion, I gotta make sure I say his name right. Tong Pham, right?
Sure.
Tong Pham!
You can say his name on that.
We'll do like 2 questions. It'll be very easy. My name is Kevin Bowman.
Well, they're getting stuff ready here for the pictures and all that other fun stuff you get when you win a tournament. As you can see, Kong's sitting there kind of bored. When you win a tournament, this is not the exciting part. And then after you've won the actual final hand, like 5, 10, 30 minutes ago, posing you for photos and give us the big smile, just like you just won. You're like, well, that was 30 minutes ago, I've already been drained of emotion. Plus, at the end of the day, you're so tired. Right now the adrenaline's high, but a few more minutes and the adrenaline will wear off, and Kong will, probably actually be tired and ready for a nap and stuff. I mean, that's how I often feel at the end of a tournament. I'm not energized for hours afterwards. I'm energized for a little bit, and then all that adrenaline you've been living on all day long and for the last few days in the tournament, hits you.
So last week aces win, this week aces win, last week aces win, the week before that aces got beaten to a set of 10s. Guy had aces, 10s, 10 came on the flop and it was over. Isn't that weird, Freddie? Last 3 times. What is taking you guys so long? Seriously.
We're stupid.
Well, I mean, what are you doing?
He's not. I'm stacking them.
Well, why doesn't somebody help you guys?
Well, the problem here is that Fred is helping the dealer stack the chips, and it would be quicker if the dealer was doing it all by himself.
We need to go out and have. We've been fighting too much.
Fred's knocking them over almost as fast as the dealer can stack them.
All right, we're ready for picks.
Let's do the video first, no?
Okay.
mean, what's more important, the video or the stills?
Depends on who you ask.
Stills we never get up online. Who's all in the shot with me?
It's funny because it's true. Let's just go you two and maybe Dom. Let's get Dom in
Hey,
here.
Nero. Hey, yo.
Yep. See, this is
Now we
the
can strike the board.
this is the part that looks dramatic when you see it on TV, but isn't so exciting in the moment. But of course, it's not like Kong minds. You know, he gets to go home with the victory and 104,000. Don pretending to steal the fake money. It's like kind of like a piece of paper that kind of looks like a $100 bill on the outside and a bunch of white pieces of paper in the middle. If you want it to look realistic, the only thing you can do is to put a $100 bill on the outside and then dollar bills in the middle. And that way you don't actually have hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table, but you have something that looks realistic.
Hop in there, Maria. Hey, Cav, my mic just died. Oh. Where's Beauvais?
We got to put a pretty girl next
Oh,
to you
Beauvais
two
left.
ugly mugs.
My mic's dead in here, though. Are you getting it back there? Jim. Hello, Jim. Hey, thanks, Howard.
See y'all prepped?
I'm not prepped at all.
Okay, we're going to talk about the last hand. Battle heads up. Finally, you both wake up with wired pairs. How'd you feel when you woke up with the aces?
Yeah.
Yada, yada, yada.
Do you want me to bring up that the Asian beat the Italian on Columbus Day, or should I leave that one out?
Yeah, let's leave it out, because this will air long enough.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. It's not real. All right, so when I do the TV, though, I need just us three.
Check it out. I'm your new marketing assistant.
Hop in here real quick, Ash. All right, then don't. Because our version went dun 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 dun. Fred, what are we doing, really?
I'm waiting for you.
I'm waiting for you.
Well, that's a bad mix. Okay,
This
let's
is
go.
Tom Brokaw reporting for NBC Nightly News in London, where a crash.
Oh, sorry.
All right, we're ready.
Okay, so I need to get rid of Maria, though.
Oh, yeah, let's step out for the interview, Maria. Thank you, my friend.
I'm also Sean Connery.
All right.
rid of Santa Maria.
All right, in 3, 2.
Thank you, Maria and Fred. I'm joined with Dom Nero here from the Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room, as well as our new HPT champion. Give it up for Kong Pham, everybody. All right, Kong. First things first, how do you feel you're going home with just over 104,000? What's going through your mind?
Feel great and overwhelming, I think.
Yeah. Let's talk about heads up. For a while there, you were not the chip leader. You turned things around. You ended up taking it down with pocket aces. Talk us through this heads up match.
Very fortunate for me, I cast a lot of good cards, and I just beat him a lot of hand, and he wake up ace. That's a cooler there, you know. I would have put it on with that too. So it's yeah.
Dom Nero, I think we've got a very excited champion, but I have a feeling he's going to represent you very well.
Yes, he speaks more than me.
Yeah. So anyway, we want to congratulate you. Again, you're going home with 104,000. What a great week. Folks, give this guy a round of applause. Kong Pham, he outlasted over 300 players, and he's going home with the cash and the title. Maria and Fred, we'll send it back to you.
Clear, good job.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
We're gonna get some
As
photos.
far as I know, I'm not even online anymore, but if I am online, then thanks for watching. We have a great champ here with Kong Pham, over 104,000. James Calderero second with 64,000. And everyone had a good time here at the Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room in Daytona Beach, Florida. Highly recommend you try to stop by and enjoy one of the 50-odd poker tables. This is Greg Falsman Raymer. See you next time.